All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome, Lord Brown Bear, Tenwin. Oh, I see we're already talking about Nocticula's ass. In the last stream, the answer depends on whether or not she likes you. If she does, she'd likely give Iomade a smug look over your immaculate taste. If she doesn't, then the Knight Commander will likely need the use of a regeneration spell to recover the hand. Yeah. Hey, Kataka, welcome. Welcome, everybody. So, as you can see, we're right back where we were. So the autosave did save right as we were coming back into this room. So at least we didn't lose too much. And now we get to actually sit through Ivu, Anevia, and Regel's discussions, and God knows how many more, because I don't even know how many conversations we now have to deal with. Also, Lord Brownbear, I looked up some info regarding the gods in Galarian, and apparently there's a lot of speculation, since we're talking about Nocticula's ass, we may as well talk about another goddess. Iomade, Sarenrae, and Shellin are apparently a thing? Like, romantically? I didn't realize that was a thing. Alright, Ivu shifts anxiously from paw to paw, a sad expression on her face. There's something I have to tell you. After you talked with the very stern goddess, and the other one, that very mean demoness, something changed. I think I'm losing my power and I'll be a regular little dragon again soon. Should be Shellin, Sarenrae, and Desna. Ah, then maybe I just misread it. Or maybe I'm just misremembering because this game's all about Iomade, whereas the other three don't really show up as much. Still. But of course, I'm not angry for giving up your power. No one else is. Even if we can't be the free crusaders. Our island can't fly. The magical things aren't happening, and it's sad. If I lose all my power, I can't help you fight. But we'll be friends, won't we? Of course. You're a fucking dragon. Why would I not be friends with a dragon? Ivu sobs, unable to stop herself. I think you're very clever and that you made the right decision, but I still need some time to be sad. When I'm sad, I don't talk. That's just how sadness is. If I remember correctly, I remember seeing the actual patch notes. They had to add this in because originally Ivu just disappeared. Ivu just went pop and disappeared after you chose legend. Putting your hands on her when she doesn't like you means losing the hand. I mean, here's the thing, Lord Bremer. You say you wouldn't lose a hand. I agree with you there. But Tenwin has a point as well. I think it's more likely she might give you, shall we say, the succubus equivalent of a playful slap on the wrist. Which is, by succubus standards, probably draining, you know, a year or two of your life energy just straight out of your hand. Just whoop. Okay, Ivu said they were leaving, and now they're just standing over here in the corner. Okay. Anevia's clothes are dirty. Her face and hands are smeared with dust. She uses the broom she's holding to offer you a cheery salute. Nothing to it. A couple days and the city's as good as new. The streets have been cleared, the ashes left from the demons have been swept away, and we've patched up the fortifications that we've got. We've got more guards on the wall, and you're in charge. Almost like the good old days. Speaking of good old days, you were gone 6 months, but right now it feels like a decade has passed. Life in Canabras before Discari's attack felt like ancient history. Innocent days when we were all worried about with some demons and a handful of cultists. Not demon lords and deities vying to pay us a visit. Please tell me you have an update on the front. Unknown. Her Majesty mustered everything that we had, raised the Sword of Valor, and advanced towards the World Wound. There has been no word from her or the army since she left. She's boldly taking his by now, maybe. Maybe her bones have already been picked over by demons. We just don't know. And I doubt anybody except you will be able to find out. But that's not all. We've got Baphomet's minions taking swipes at us. The scumbags are holed up somewhere, the Ivory Labyrinth, I'll bet, and they'll keep opening portals in different spots and dropping off a dozen men or demons and then closing the portal before we can get to them. I've lost more scouts than I'd care to admit before we figured out how they were pulling off that little trick. So I'm asking, Commander, maybe you could get to one of those portals in time? You could be ready for them somehow so that when one opens, you can get inside and crack some skulls. They might even be holding the poor Herald in there. If he's still alive, then maybe you can free him. So on tabletop, Iomade calls you to her realm, an affair that may take like 30 minutes or so to the party, but occurs in a matter of seconds. The adventure suggests the DM think of something suitable for the meeting with Iomade. Our DM settled on a shared dream rather than something more dramatic. Now, I guess Iomade had a favor she could call in with Desna. Or not, yeah, Desna. And how do you feel after seeing a goddess in the flesh? My ears are still kind of ringing from those trumpets she was making. After witnessing that side, I don't think I'd be surprised by anything ever again. So, we do also have to hunt down Orilu. Do we have any leads from your scouts? Not especially. We know she roams the Abyss all the time, and that the avenue, but now that avenue's closed to her. Nocticula and the other demon lords are slavering for a piece of her after her betrayal. I think she's someplace around here in the Wound. Nasty place like Is, or maybe she went all the way to Threshold. Dresden is under our control, yes? Anevia waves her hand in a vague gesture. Generally speaking, at least as under control as a city can be when it's got no people in it, and only 2 days ago it was crawling with demons. I don't think you want me to paint you a rosy picture, so I'll give you this. Things are not looking good for us, Commander. Supplies are running short, we have barely any soldiers left to hold the place, and the city's standing. That's what counts. The war isn't over yet. I was watching the game, not letting you save on YouTube. That was hilarious. Yeah, I gotta say, when you play it on your own, you don't really think about this, but after having started streaming Alcat, I'm gonna need you guys to figure something out because this is starting to become a problem I'm seeing. This is starting to become a problem. Welcome, Rum. We know an entire army enhanced by the Nahendrian crystals was being sent to the mortal world. It's being led by a demon named Mutasifin. Has any of your scouts heard anything about that? We reported movements of a large demon army to the southwest. They were marching across a dried-out lake. According to reports, there was a Sarkorian holy site there back before. Where they went, nobody knows. They're not headed for us, though, that's for sure. At least not yet. Thank you. I'll get started on everything. The meeting is both an assignment of a mission by Iomade and a test. She invites you to be bold and not grovel or cower, but if you sass her, she rebukes you, starting by not allowing you to look at her, by deafening you with trumpets, to instantly flooring you to -1 hit points if you attack her. Now I'm just imagining that somebody does all that, and then you get like the group barbarian is just like, all right, she doesn't want me to attack her, but in order for her to prove her divinity, I challenge her to an arm wrestling contest or some stupid shit like that. That's the commander we all know and love. You go knock him flat. I know you're a big deal these days with the goddess herself paying you house calls, but still, taking on the Threshold Fortress is more than even you could handle on your own, so don't go forgetting about the rest of us humble mortals. We can still be of use. Since people heard you were alive and fighting again, we've got new volunteers pouring into Dresden. Not many so far, but my guts tell me you'll have a decent army behind you before long. Once the way to the heart of the Wound is clear, we'll be ready. Come back and you can lead us to the final battle. And Anevia finally wavers. Irabeth is out there somewhere on the front lines with the Queen. If you could find her for me, please. If she's alive, help her come back. And if... Anevia finally shakes her head. No, she's alive, I know it. She's too damn stubborn to die before we finally win this. You're both gonna tear the demons to shred, and you'll both come back. Together. Oh. Uh-oh. Regil looks slightly more tense than usual. Commander Savan, I have fairly important news. I will do my best to be brief. The rest of the Hell Knight orders have not reacted well to the developments that I mentioned in my latest report, specifically regarding the true source of your power. The very notion that we have been cooperating with a weapon forged by Arilu Vorlish and Nocticula herself has caused discontent. The orders have not issued any official edicts, but many of the chapters and high-ranking knights have been recalled from their assignment and have begun barricading themselves in one of our outposts, the one you know, in fact. I suggest you go there and assist me in resolving the issue between the Order and the Crusaders. This is a matter of great importance. I mean, that's a stupid question. He's a Hell Knight. How do you even think reporting this to yours would be a good day? He wasn't not going to do it. There was literally no world in which Regil did not do it. And it was another undead she fought called the Lord of Moguls. He ends up asking you 3 questions. The first one, who an undead lord she slayed by convincing to repent and destroy himself. Thinking on it, my DM may not have skipped this, and I don't remember because of how insignificant it is. What kind of reaction should I expect from your fellow knights, Regil? Any. Up to and including a formal declaration of war, which is why I'm asking you to go to the outpost and resolve the situation before it devolves into an open conflict. We'll go there as soon as we can, Regil. Excellent. That is all I had to report. I'll return to my duties, and you may attend to your other affairs. And see, I knew there was going to be more after him. Figured going legend would skip this event. Oh well, yeah, I mean... Even me giving up my powers, like, I don't know where this is going, Runner, but come on. They're Hell Knights. Of course some of them are gonna lose their fucking mind when they learn that I was basically a forged weapon of demonic power. Sylvan. The succubus gazes at you despondently after entering the room. She always speaks quietly, but now her voice is barely audible above a whisper. My dream, the fire destroyed almost everything. The only thing that survived was that table. I've returned to my dream world many times, and the nightmare is still there as well. But I need to understand why the table is important. Why did it survive the fire? I can't figure out what makes it special. It just looks like a simple piece of furniture. It just stands there. What's it supposed to mean? What am I doing wrong? Classic lawful stupid. Actually, no. They are bordering on lawful stupid. Lawful stupid would be to just immediately declare war on me. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts, no discussion, no nothing. Like, the same way that the Hand of the Inheritor didn't talk to me after the big revelation in Nocticulus Court and just flew off. The Hell Knight equivalent would be, yes, we have learned that the commander of the Crusades is actually powered by demon magic. Time to declare war. Begin slaughtering every Crusader you find. Looking closer, the first question was the second part where she asked the PC whether he'd be worthy of carrying his legacy. Oh. Second part of the question is more roleplay in nature, where she's looking for confidence and humility, but not arrogance or defeatism. This isn't them going nuclear. This is them arguing and judging, a very complicated thing. Yeah, I think it is helped by the fact that, as Regil has said, there are multiple chapters from multiple orders right now. If it was just one Hell Knight order that was fighting in one area, they'd probably have already cut off ties. But because it's a large number of them from different orders, all with their own slightly different take on how to handle things, they are at least willing to talk. I'd also like to imagine that while Regil doesn't necessarily like my character personally, I've proven competent enough for him to give me the benefit of the doubt. And there goes another bot getting banned. Bye-bye, Mr. Bot. Is the nightmare still attacking you? Not openly. It just lurks in the shadows, gnawing at my soul. It never leaves me alone, but it hasn't tried to fight me again. Funny thing is, they don't answer to anyone but wants everyone to answer them. The only person's opinion I care about is the Queen's. I mean, it's technically, it's weird with Hell Knights. It's always weird with Hell Knights. If you answer correctly, she gives you the Chalice of Osium, which is an some invincible vessel that can hold liquids that would normally be impossible to contain. Ah, okay. Do you want to enter your dream again? I don't think that'll help. We've already been there together multiple times, and there must be something else. I have to look at this from a different angle, but how do you find a different side of a dream? The other side of a dream is called reality. Maybe the table represents something that you're supposed to do in real life. Huh. You might be right. Arushale brightens considerably, but what do I do? Find a table? Buy one? Learn the craft of a carpenter? Make one? I mean, there's many possibilities, and I don't even know where to begin. Well, maybe the goddess could help you. But she's the one who asked me to solve it. I don't think she's going to tell me the answer. Do we know where the table came from? Where did it come from? Arushale considers your question and taps her lips thoughtfully. I remember. It was from the loaf of bread on the table after you mentioned Anevia's dream. She said she wanted to learn how to bake after the war. The bread went up in flames along with all the other fragments, but the table remained. Well, if the table is from Anevia's dream, or at least your interpretation of her dream, maybe you should talk to her. I've been living among the mortals for a while now, but there's still so much I don't understand about your kind, how you live, what you dream about. I should ask Anevia. It is part of her dream after all. Also, Arushale, I gotta stop you right there. You haven't really been living among mortals. You just kind of... Honestly, you have very NPC-like behavior, which I think is intentional on Outcat's part in the way they wrote her. You just kind of stand around and stare at people. That's not living among mortals. Like, I get it. A lot of mortals aren't going to respond very well to you because, well, you're still a succubus. We get it. Like, Greybor and Regil, I wouldn't exactly advise you to be hanging out with them very much if you could avoid it because, you know, it doesn't really work very well. But like Anevia, hell, Irabeth when she was here, hell, Anevia would have probably wanted Irabeth there just in case something happened, but also to make sure that, you know, you could get along with people like paladins. We already know you're friends with the Des Knights on the from the Free Crusaders. You gotta actually hang out with people more. A fair few mortals will respond a bit too well to her. That is also true. We would have to vet people. I know, we won't have Regil interact with Arushale, but we will have Regil vet the people that Arushale interacts with. If they can get past Regil, then they should be at least emotionally stable enough to have to be able to deal with the succubus. Her second question, she offers lawful and good conundrum, asking how they will balance mercy and justice. Is every villain redeemable? Should the party accept every surrender the enemy gives? The character, having recently discovered a demon woman had true affection for him, answered that if an opponent's words and interactions are too hard to read, one should look at their actions and their effects. She appointed me. She is my superior. While I may disagree with her, I do owe her accountability explanation for my actions. I mean, I gave the queen an explanation for my actions. She just chose not to take it. We will still be having words with her when we find her. That's a good idea, but... The succubus suddenly shifts from foot to foot, reluctantly. Could you talk to her instead? I don't even know how to begin a conversation like this. It's way too personal. Could you please just ask her? I'll stay nearby. Arushale, this is what I'm talking about. You need to actually talk to people, not just me. Oh. Why are you in my room? Commander, the Inquisitor greets you with a bow. I am sincerely gladdened by your return and delighted to hear of your victories. It is a shame that my duty kept me away from the front line, and I would like to take up a place in the rank of the Crusades. Perhaps I will still have a chance to do so, but before that happens, we have another issue to address. I suppose you already guessed what brought me here. We parted ways after the discovery we made at the Arendelle estate. You and I both know that the Count became a conduit for an unknown entity, which I call the Other. I retreated to Nerosian and went beyond Mendev's borders looking for mention of such entities and ways to fight them. Now that my search has borne fruit, I'm ready to tell you about it. Mentioned that our DM added that the Imago lens tempts you to use it, lose alignment. In my case, I used it to contact my DM's version of Karanda and got a straight answer of whether or not she was trying to seduce and corrupt him or she loved him. He accepted that it was the latter, and that's where the true romance began at the end of book 4. Oh, nice. Why did your search take so long? We are dealing with a rare phenomenon, a true anomaly. The Mendevian Inquisition has amassed a substantial experience in fighting demons, but here we are up against something entirely different. I had to troll through the most ancient of archives, searching for cases that seemed in any way similar. I sent inquiries to many of the friendly temples across the land and searched out beyond Mendev's borders to experts on the unknown. Quite frankly, it was nearly 6 months of dull and painstaking work, but it was necessary. So what have you learned then? I must be honest, I still do not fully know what it is. I managed to find some evidence of a similar incident, individuals who, in a horrible moment in their life, became a gateway for an unknown entity. The most curious part of all these cases is that they appear sequentially. They happened all across Scalarian, but no two incidents ever occurred at the same time. This leads me to think that we are dealing with a singular entity, one that has been secretly present within our world for a great length of time, merely changing its gateway on occasion. I don't even know what the entity is. I managed to find something, though. A Varisian arcanist managed to pick up the trail of the Other and invented a ritual to weaken and bind it. However, shortly after this, she died under incredibly suspicious circumstances. Her decapitated body found in her laboratory. Her head was never found. Her notes survived, including the description of the ritual. I have discussed it with several highly esteemed experts in magic, and I am inclined to consider it a reliable weapon. We can use the ritual to lure the entity out, bind it, and most hopefully, exterminate it. But to do that, I will need your assistance, Commander. What do we need to do? We must carefully prepare the ritual. Bring Count Arendelle to the designated location. The ritual will lure the Other out, weaken its connection with the Count, bind its essence to our world like an anchor. The last part is especially important. All the evidence indicates that while the gateway is active, the Other can travel freely between the material plane and whatever unknown space it lies within beyond. If we fail to bind the Other, it will escape or, in the worst case scenario, drag us into its realm. We must lure it out, then defeat it. They're talking about my favorite enemy in the game, my lovely EXP farm. Yeah. Didn't you say you get to like level 16 or 17 just by beating it in the early game? Locked away, why did you move to the bedroom? I take it Leoter followed me because it kind of made the sound of like, I walked to my room and then he followed me in to be like, we need to talk secretly. Which, I mean, supposing what this thing is, I guess that's the case. There is one more issue. Aside from the fact that we have to fight this incredibly powerful and horrifying creature, the Other's suspicion must not be aroused until the very last moment. That means the Count must know nothing. The best course of action would be to take the Count to the location without telling him the reason. Then we must frighten him, make it appear as if his life is in danger. The other will believe that its gateway is in peril, and then I hope that it will show up to protect it. The ritual works like a trap, but it is crucial, and I cannot stress this enough, that we convince the entity that we know nothing of its existence. That it is Darren who is in danger, not the entity itself. Otherwise, there is no knowing what may happen. And I do not wish to give the adversary a chance to outmaneuver us. Why do you think he would appear in this case? Darren's been on several of my adventures and has been in danger many times. Nothing special has ever happened. You have a special connection with your companions, Commander. You shared part of your mythic power with them. They journeyed through the abyss with you, survived to tell the tale. I believe the other understands this. You may also understand how dangerous it would be if you were to become not a benefactor, but an enemy to its gateway. I am certain that it will react to a threat coming from you, as opposed to ordinary encounters with demons and cultists. How dangerous is this, Leota? It is extremely. Which is why I have come to you with this alone. All the evidence I've collected on the other, in particular the list of its victims, which includes powerful demons and strong mortal mages alike, make me certain that we are dealing with something truly extraordinary here. It is stronger and more dangerous than a Baelor, and even the other generals of the Abyss. I suspect that the oracle powers the Count has developed come from it. As a rule, only gods, imperial lords, or other extremely powerful arcane beings can grant such abilities. I know of no one except for you who could challenge such an entity. I am asking you for help, for the safety of all who dwell upon Galarian. I believe we can shore up our strategic position if the other does not suspect we are preparing a trap until the last moment. Even the most dangerous of creatures become more vulnerable when caught off guard. The main thing we must do is to take a methodical approach, stay alert. I think that is within our abilities. Are you sure that it's hostile? In all the time, it's never tried to attack me or any of my allies. I am certain the entity is dark and evil. The evidence and my instincts as an Inquisitor are undeniable. Wherever the other manifests itself, strange and ominous things begin to happen. In particular, I am positive that it is responsible for the magically decapitated corpses, the ones that were found at the Heaven's Edge estate after the tragedy and in Canabras during Dascari's attack. In both places, some of the corpses belonged to civilians and others to demons, and in Canabras, some of the victims were cultists. I am convinced that the other is pursuing an interest all of its own, and thus far it has ruthlessly exterminated any who learn of its existence. Now you and I know that it exists. Draw your own conclusions from that, Commander. If Darren is the gateway, isn't there some way we could seal it shut and just leave the other on the other side? We could, by killing the Count, the Inquisitor answers simply. But firstly, I am not sure that the other won't try to protect its gateway, and in that case we would have to face it unprepared. And secondly, I'm opposed to the idea on principle. Many in my order must make hard decisions. I have made a great many in my life. I can kill a person possessed by demons if he or she is in imminent risk of taking many others' lives. I have no time to perform an exorcism in such a case. But in this instance, the situation is not yet so critical. We have a way of fighting the other, and I will not agree to commit cold-blooded murder. Not even the murder of someone as disgraceful as the Count. All right. We'll figure something out. I'll help you. Thank you. We must go over the entire operation once more. I'm convinced that we have to lure the other out of Dresden or any other populated place. We must avoid civilian casualties. I have chosen a suitable location within the world wound itself. I will mark it. Please, bring the Count there without alerting him to what has happened. I assume that another foray into the world wound will hardly raise his suspicion. I will await you there, with the ritual circle prepared. Before we reach the crucial moment, you must make the Count and the others believe that the Count is in danger. I suppose the easiest way to do so would be to tell them that you made a deal with the Mendevian Inquisition, and the Count will have to face punishment for his crimes, real or imaginary. I will find some way to intimidate him, but you must play along. We need to provoke the other out of its gateway. That is when we can finish it off, once and for all. I forgot to mention another reward for answering her second question correctly. She gives each party member a 20th level casting of Atonement. Oh. This case shall either be my greatest triumph or my greatest failure, but I firmly believe that it must be done. Remember, the other must be convinced that we are threatening the Count and that we know nothing of its existence. The slightest suspicion could prove fatal to all of us. Until we meet again, Commander, may the gods be with us. Oh boy, another event. Is this the archaeologist? It is. A pale, ghostly image appears in front of you. You recognize Lothamus, the antiquarian, the scholar who helped you some time ago. His translucent form flickers intermittently, and you've difficulty making out his words. Commander, it won't maintain spell for long. Open the door. Treasure room. Hurry, please, hurry. Door? What are you talking about? The door to the burial ground. The bell. The cave. Remember? Scrope, have you missed her third and final question? Oh. Ask how your party may intend to outwit and defeat a demon lord. Oh, cool. Hide from him within the ivory labyrinth as we work against him. Here she just wants to give you thought out the answer, not answer it mindlessly. As a reward, she granted me the stole of Iomade. Nice. You managed to open the door. Yes, I will not enter without waiting on your help. I'll be on my way shortly. I'll be waiting, please. The vision of Lathamas flickers and fades. And another one. Oh, Commander. You look up and see Melissa, the green-eyed fisherwoman from the village of Chili Creek. Her hair is a mess, her face and clothes are covered in soot, and it looks as if she's traveled here in a hurry and met with a few dangers along the way. Help! Please help me, he's gone crazy! He'll kill him! Calm down, what happened, Melissa? Do you remember Jurnow, the cleric who came to our village? I know the locals weren't very welcome to him back then. He was a stranger who was preaching a new god, but little by little, he joined the village and became one of us. He went fishing alongside us, told the people stories about the crusade, told us about meeting you, seeing the queen, the songs he sang. They just made you want to stop and listen. Eventually, the fisherwoman looks down, slightly embarrassed. We became close. We started to plan a wedding. My brother didn't seem to mind at first, but right after we got married, he lost it. He started becoming violent, threatened to hurt us. I tried to talk to him, but Melissa shakes her head sadly. We even thought about leaving the village, but when my brother found out about that, he absolutely lost his mind. Markle is strong and no one else in the village dares to challenge him. It was a miracle that I managed to escape. But Jurnow, my husband, is still there. He didn't make it out and I don't know what's happening. Please help us. What in the hell's caused this change in his behavior? Melissa looks away and replies softly, Markle honors the village traditions. He's a grand worshipper of the river for many generations. He was not keen on having a cleric of a foreign god in the village to begin with, but he was willing to tolerate Jurnow's presence. But once my relationship with Jurnow became full, it disappointed him, especially when he discovered that I had begun to worship Erastil too. Did anything happen to you on your way here? By some miracle. Everything is on fire out there. There's monsters all over the place. Please, don't mind my travels. I managed to survive and I made it here. It's my town and my husband that's in serious trouble. I have no one I can turn to for aid. You're the only help. I hate the fact that there's a sworn mythic path here where it's just like, oh yes, she showed up for help. Om nom nom. All right, I'll see what we can do. Thank you. I'll head back to the village. Do my best to keep Marco from going even worse, but please hurry. Okay, we have... Okay, we have legend, which means we do have access to higher levels. I still have these? There must be... Oh, right, we have to... Oh, God. Tossifin, Captain Sealkin, talk to Helor, find Gugalfrey, find the ineluctable prison, Dawn of the Dragons, Jurnow... There it is, Path of the Legend. The entrance to the Midnight Fane can be found in the Dresden Barracks. Okay.
Beautiful.
Actually, hold on, before we... Nothing from Regil. Oh, right. Do you remember when I asked you about your dream? You said you wanted to learn how to bake bread. I know this is going to be weird, but could you tell me a bit more about that? This is for Arushale, right? I can see you. You can come out now. About to say, Arushale, did you really think you'd hide from a spy? Anevia smiles at the half-hidden succubus bashfully emerging from her hiding place. See? Isn't that better? Anyway, back to the bread. Anevia sighs pensively, her eyes gazing into the distance. Look, when I was a snot-nosed little kid, my mom hid me from our enemies in a temple of Desert. I remember telling you that. Nidal, my birthplace, is a total horror show. If it crumbled into the sea tomorrow, I'd throw a party. But the temple was one of the small oases of peace and calm hidden away in all of that. The folks in the temple knew how to laugh. They'd sing songs as they did their needlework, and in the morning they'd bake the best-smelling bread in the whole world. I could barely see over the table at the time, but I'd stand and watch the cook mix the dough, form it into rounds, put them in the oven. It was the happiest memory of my life, or of the crappiest part of my life, at least, up until I met Beth, of course. Then, when I bailed on it, I did all those scummy jobs, crawled through the marshland, scrambled over rooftops, waded through sewers, I spied, I tracked, I killed. That memory was the thing that kept me going when I was sitting up to my eyeballs in gore, dragging myself through a slums with an arrow in my side. I remembered the smell of the bread, the crunch of the crust, how it burned my hands sometimes. I remember how happy I was just to see it and taste it. Commander, have you really even given thought to what you'll do after we win? I mean, once we smashed the demons, closed the whirlwind, hung up all the weapons. What then? I know my war will be well and truly over the morning that I get up, mix some dough, put it in the oven, and I'm going to sit there and watch it bake. And when the smell of fresh bread wakes Irabeth up, she'll come to the kitchen, and I will break her off a steaming, fragrant piece. And that is when I know in my gut that the crusade is over, and that our peaceful life has begun. Arushale listens to Anevia with rapt attention, and when Anevia finishes, the succubus is silent for a long time before wiping her eyes. Thank you, Anevia, and Desna bless you. I think I understand. I think I truly understand. Arushale turns to you, and you see a sparkle of hope in her eyes once more, something that's been missing since your last visit to her dream world. We need to go there, again, to the dream world. I think I know the solution to the riddle. Come speak to me as soon as you can. Not waiting for your answer, she briskly walks away. Anevia watches the demon go. Desna teaches us that everything we do in our waking hours begins in our dreams. I wonder what my dream helped her understand, but whatever it is, goddess watch over her. All right, thank you, Anevia. And thank you for calling her out on that. Just force Arushale to actually interact with people. I'm convinced that that's the real thing that's holding her back. Yes, we met with him. Okay, we've got a bunch of shit. Oh. The gladiators from Alushinura who came with the commander to Galarian are ready to continue to fight. Cool. The Galarian slaves rescued by the commander in Alushinura are infinitely grateful and ready to get even with the demons with weapons in hands. Thanks to the power of the Ward Stone, the demon siege was much less bloody than it could have been. Enough soldiers survived in the citadel to form a fighting detachment that is awaiting your orders. Nice. Soldiers who lost their comrades along with their will to live have founded what is called the Dead Men's Club. They leave Dresden to die in battle as heroes and deal as much damage to the demons as they can in the process. Unfortunately, these actions ruin their officers' plans and undermine the discipline within the rank. Let Ember talk to the warriors, removes 5% of all recruited units. Oof. Crusade morale increases by 50. Well, we don't need to worry about that because we're still doing fine. Use the dead men in a trap. Removes 5% of all units and unlocks the ambush ritual. Removes 5% of recruited units. All enemy units receive the wounded feet for 7 days. That is... I mean, that's great and all, but that's nowhere near. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Ben. Like, I get the impetuousness, or the impetuousness of this. I get the survivor syndrome, the you know, survivor's guilt kind of thing, but this is not how you deal with it. This is not how you deal with it at all. Sorry, dudes. Life is a precious gift. After talking to the commander, many of the soldiers realize that their duty is to live and fight on in the name of the fallen. With a newfound hope, the warriors are eager to return to battle. Good. Oh god, there's still so much shit we have to do. Experts on man may be able to shed some light on... Okay, sure. Development of the art of war, strengthening diplomatic connections. Let's start working on that. Logistics reform, we're working on other things right now. Recruitment growth for trainable units. No, maybe. Hold on. Also, we have glory to the heroes. Don't really care about that. Can't do anything with these. Because there's too many of them and they take too goddamn long because they all use the stupid diplomacy check for every single one of them. Ugh. Go ahead and do that. I let Ember talk to them. Many generals do most of the fighting anyway. I mean, yeah, but... Roleplay, runner. Roleplay. Right, so we can't do that. We can't do that. None of the other events can be done right now. Okay, so we need to go talk to Arushale. We need to go to the Midnight Fane. Oh, and we need to empty out my inventory is what we need to do. I have so much shit in there from everything we've been killing. Can I still talk to Ivu? Yep. You've grown again. Oh, well, he hasn't, but prettier now too. Okay, yeah. Big enough to carry you now. My dragon friend's back at least. Well, you're going to be shrinking back down again because I'm losing my Azada powers, but I guess we didn't get that dialogue interaction after the last time. Oh, right, and Helor needs to talk to us about the Spinner of Nightmares. Helor? Where's Helor? Oh, shit. Helor's face is ashen. He retains his impeccable posture, but from time to time he's wincing in pain. Commander, I beg for your help. I've picked up the Nightmare's trail again. Her den is near the city of Iz, where she's playing host to the demons. It's too risky to try and storm the place. I didn't want to put others' lives in danger. Snuck in alone after the Battle of Dresden to try and catch her off guard, and I nearly got to her, but I don't know what you saw in the abyss. But I saw at the Spinner of Nightmare's den. It was horrible. I need you to help me. My daughter is still in grave danger, grave, unthinkable danger. You have to finish my hunt. Kill the Spinner. Save my daughter, please. I'm counting on you. I found this in the abyss. It's a diary. He snatches the pages from your hands. Thank you, Commander. Never imagined such luck, a diary. This will help. We'll study her notes, deduce where she might hide. I admire your bravery. You ventured into a city of demons and brought back just the information I needed. Thank you. Okay, Helor, that journal, though, had some interesting connotations that I am very concerned about. Considering the Spinner doesn't sound anything like what you've described her as at all. I roleplay as Ember's Guardian Angel. Hey, as I said, the only reason Nocticula didn't get a sword shoved up her ass was because, quite frankly, Ember seemed to go along with everything. Otherwise, she made Ember cry, and I was about ready to cut a bitch in half. What do you think the deal with the Spinner is? I don't know. Unless it's going to reveal that his daughter is the Spinner, which would be a little fucking weird, I'm not gonna lie, but I don't know what else they can do. Did you get a update to your wares by any chance? You did not. No, Infiltrator's armor. Competency bonus on stealth, that's meh. Alright, well, guess what? You get to, you can take all... Go. Heavy crossbow +4, jab, stab, edge of force, earthbreakers +4, don't need those. Heavy crossbow, faith bearer, hope. Oh, it's a scimitar. These are all named. I usually don't like selling named weapons because you never know when you're going to miss out on shit. Keep that, until we can... See, this is part of also the problem, because if we had actually gotten through all those conversations yesterday, I'd have probably done some of this inventory management off screen, so we didn't have to worry about this, but Edge of Force goes crazy with... Sorry about that. Cough came out of nowhere on that. Woof. Edge of Force goes crazy with Blade Barrier? Oh, right, because it is force damage, isn't it? Yeah, +2. It deals an additional 2 force damage per dice rolled. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, that's definitely good. We can sell off all of the cheap ones that we have. I gotta figure this out at some point. We have too much shit. We have too much shit. Well, I guess I'm out of Alushanira. I guess I don't need the gold coins anymore. It's basically just 2,500 a piece, basically. Yeah, I guess I don't need these. We'll just go ahead and sell them then. Flaming Sea. I don't think there was anything else in here that I needed to worry about. We have 2 of the masks. Hide of a magical creature. Gotta use that at some point. Diamonds. I don't think there was anything else. No? Alright. Deal. You can also stack Blade Barrier, basically Kineticist Wall, but better. Well, yeah, because it forces the enemy to have to try and go through. It's a damage type that is less resisted, and it has secondary effects even if they succeed on their roll. Sociel, you doing okay? Sociel's holding a brush and laboring over one of his paintings. He's clearly dissatisfied with the results as he tuts and tears the paper to pieces. You notice that it's a knight wearing black armor. He stands straight and tall with resolution etched on his stern, scarred face. I mentioned it before, but still. Sorry for your loss, Socio. Thank you. Socio sighs heavily. He did really become a hero. He fought until the very end. But what does he leave behind? I remember what we were like as children, and I think it is wrong to teach children that they should grow up to be heroes. That they should grow up to be heroes? I agree. But we should never dissuade a person who wants to be a hero from trying to do the right thing. I don't know. That's a line that only a parent can really decide, and as we all know, some parents do a really good job of it, and some do a really shitty job. War requires heroes. Yes. Alright, nothing from Ember. I don't suppose any of the others got an update to their inventories.
Beautiful.
Where are they at? Jewelry trader. I don't suppose you have anything new. Amulet of Mighty Fist +5. Greater kinetic diadem, which I already have. Oh, wait, never mind. Various headbands and some other lesser stuff that we don't really need. I think he got a couple of new things from what I saw in there. Shirt of the Blazing Fighter. Meh. Robe of Order. Meh. Fighting Power. Meh. There's summon item. Savage Unity. Gloves grant their wearer and his animal companion a +3 insight bonus on attack and damage rolls for the duration of the animal focus ability, which I think is a ranger only thing. Someone has to be first up the wall. Yep. +2 cloak of resistance grants immunity to fire. Nice. Bracers grant the wearer a +3 enhancement bonus on attack and damage rolls whenever the wearer is polymorphed. No, that's a +6 enhancement bonus to his strength. That's... And whenever they charge, the first attack this round has its base damage dice tripled. Yeah, no, that's much better. Animal focus is Hunter.
Let's see what we can do.
Darren, come on. Critic. I almost completely forgot about you, my kobold friend. Sniffing the air and twitching his ears in response to something nearby, Krennic whispers,
Josh, can you hear them rustling? I've acquired some new neighbors recently. A pack of rats. Do you know anything about rat extermination? I could use your advice.
I'll do what I can.
Long story short, a pack of local rats has declared war on me. First they stole my supplies, so I drove them away with some poison and rat traps. Then those rascals started terrorizing me. They chewed through my beautiful new boots, and that made me quite angry.
Krennic's voice grows harder, rougher.
So I tamed a few guard lizards. Kobolds used them instead of cats. Made myself an army in response. Declared my own righteous ratical crusade. Raticidal crusade. Now I'm wondering what the rat's next move will be.
It's also worth noting the impetus for Book 5 is rescuing the Herald and the whole book centers around it. Like I mentioned before, the change was so drastic from tabletop to CRPG that our DM cleared us to finish the game after we finished Book 5. Oh. The kobold hisses angrily, his yellow teeth flashing in a predatory grin.
Just imagine you're a rat king, let's call you. I'll keep it simple, let's call you Ratskari. And one day a horrible stranger invades your domain, an invincible kobold, a raticidal crusader, with a whole army of guard lizards at his command. What would you do?
Krennic releases a bloodthirsty hiss, and his veneer of civility peels away instantly. The creature standing before you appears much more as a hungry and vicious beast. You're not really talking about rats, are you?
What else could I mean? Of course I'm talking about rats.
Krennic stares at you, baffled. Huh. Invincible kobold, the whole army of guardlet. This doesn't really apply to the demons, though. Like, he's clearly drawing a parallel to the demons, but it doesn't really apply to the demons either, because it wasn't... Unless you're counting Aradin destroying Daskari's cult as the initial first shot of the war, so to speak. Well, if I was a rat king, I suppose that I would terrorize you until you decided to look for a new home. The kobold shakes his head and bares his teeth in a predatory grin.
And that is where you would fail. Because while you were busy being stealthy, I'd be hunting you relentlessly. Every day I'd search for traces of the rats looking for their lair, and as soon as I found it, I'd go there and kill the rat king myself.
Krennic seems taller suddenly, and there's anger rumbling in his voice.
Those who dare to insult you must be punished personally. Otherwise, what is the pleasure in being powerful? No. No one who has known the exaltation of wielding semi-divine powers will turn down the chance to feel the joy of retribution against one's greatest enemy.
Krennic grins maliciously and then sweeps his palm across his face, seemingly wiping away the ominous expression and restoring his usual calm, slightly sarcastic demeanor.
Seems I got a little carried away. I need a rest. You must be thinking to yourself, Krennic, just how stupid are you? Why do you keep pestering me with idiotic questions? Just stop being useful. Fine. I'll start being useful right now.
A piece of paper covered in Sarkorian symbols suddenly appears in the kobold's hands. Apollo, welcome. Welcome. Hope you're having a good day, my friend.
It has come to my knowledge that in the city of Iz is an ancient temple with a library full of valuable scrolls. The demons have probably already destroyed most of them. But I know that the priests have a hiding spot marked with these two symbols. Check it out, if you have the time.
Where did you get this information from?
I just don't understand why you're asking the question when it's obvious that you won't like the answer. Fine. A friend told me. Satisfied?
I'll try to find it then.
Do that. You might get lucky.
I still have more suspicions on you. You asked me what I would do if I was left on my own. Did you know that Galfrey was going to relieve me of command and send me to the Abyss?
Of course. Didn't you know that the Queen holds regular meetings with the Kobold Council to discuss all important matters? Believe it or not, I am the honorary chairman of the board.
Krennic giggles.
Are you joking? How could I know such a thing?
I am very suspicious about you. I don't think you're acting against me. That I am willing to admit. I don't think he's against us. But he's sure as shit not for us either. Claim, Sinaway, Sela. Let's check in on Claim, actually, because it's been 6 months. His mentor should be alive. He's a demon lord in disguise. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. It honestly wouldn't at this point. We had Mephistopheles sitting in our keep for like a year. Claim is holding a scorched, mud-stained scroll, which he examines through a magnifying glass as he jots down notes. When he sees you, he puts the scroll away. Hail, Knight Commander. How did things go in Dresden in my absence? Outstanding. We've never before gone so deep into the world wound. The sheer volume of invaluable knowledge we've gathered at... Claim catches himself. From a military standpoint, it was intensely difficult, of course. The offensive came at a high cost. Okay. I'm surprised we didn't get any word about your commanding officer, but okay. Arsenaway, did you get a update to your inventory? It does not look like. Pyromania. Ember, do you have a free ring slot by any chance? You do! Whenever the wearer of this ring deals fire damage through a spell, they deal an additional 1d6 plus 5 fire damage. They also get a +2 bonus to caster level checks made to overcome spell resistance. Yes! Very nice. I will be willing to go spend 50,000 on that. Yes, please. Is there anything I could sell to offset that cost? Oh, we do have some scimitars +3 that I didn't sell. And... Nope, that's going on. Regil. Hard heavy shield, chain shirt +1, full plate, studded leather, breastplate, lesser sonic resistance we don't need, full plate, leather armor, breastplate +3, full plate +3, chain shirts +4, and the rest we'll keep. Wow, that was enough to cover the cost and make me 4,000 gold. Thank you. Oh, wait. Arushale's not here. Where is she? Didn't she say she wanted to talk to me? Huh. Alright, well, let's go check in on Wendu. She did say she wanted to talk to me, right? Yeah, deal with the Spinner of Nightmares. Okay. Yeah, but I don't see her anywhere. She left the keep, and now I don't know where she is. He's a neutral party, most likely a spy or a demon lord that doesn't want to be involved. Yeah, I mean, there are technically, there are infinite demon lords. Wenduog greets you with a dour nod, then stares past you with grim focus. Let me guess. The missing mongrels.
You can see what happened. My tribe is on the verge of extinction. I led them to this battle, and now I'm alone. Even if this threat does not wipe us out, another threat will come after, and then another, and I'm afraid for my people.
Wendowag's voice holds not even a hint of her former giddiness or bravado, just a blind, grim anxiety. I'm not... that's a little harsh. Aru's probably in the tavern. Ah, good point. Hold on. Is this a romance event? Do I need to consult the events? Okay. There is some stuff in this event, just not this particular one. Consult the tomes. Yes, exactly, Runner. I really wish the game wouldn't mute when I have to adjust what screen I have up on my other monitor. It feels very unprofessional on my part to not have it working properly, but I've never found an option that lets it just keep playing the music. It works for the Surge too, it just doesn't work for this one. Like, I feel like this is a little condescending, but I feel like she's gonna take the worst version of this. If you've previously confronted her about betraying you, that's where you find her again, and you gotta put her down, even if you romanced her. Wow. I don't mind. I know, Runner. It's purely a me thing. I suppose what really bugs me is the inconsistency. Some games I set to have their settings so that I can move my mouse between my monitors, and the sound will still play, like the Surge 2, or like when I was playing, I want to say Baldur's Gate also didn't have a problem with that. But with games like Alcat's games, when I select off the monitor, the main monitor's sound goes dead. Because it's like not in focus or whatever. It just bugs me. It just bugs me that there's no, I can't figure out how to make it consistent. If they all did it or if they all didn't do it, I would be fine. But it's some of them do and some of them don't. We'll save them. You have my word on that. Wendowag shakes her head sullenly.
You don't understand. I can't afford to be flippant anymore. I have to be serious.
Okay. I feel like... that's weird. The description in the guide made it sound like there was way more to that conversation and she just didn't do it. That has me very worried. That has me very worried. Did I just fuck it up? Noam Toe, welcome, welcome. I use a program called Display Fusion, which can lock a program on the screen even if you click out. I use it for Wrath. Oh, I should probably look into something like that. This now has me very concerned. But the last autosave was God knows back. I don't think I did it wrong.
Beautiful.
I don't think I did it wrong. Like, there didn't seem to be any, like, focus in that conversation. I better not have just fucked that up just from one fucking dialogue option. I swear to God. You're golden. I'll take your word for it, Lord Brown Bear. I'll take your word for it. Alright, so the only other person around here would be Aru. She'd be up in either the well, she wasn't in the inn, so she would be in the tavern. Holy Aura, Angel's work and doesn't prevent this time. Oh. I don't think there's anybody else. There's the jewelry artisan, but that's just bodies. We can't get over here. Olbrig's up here. Olbrig didn't talk to me about anything, so I don't think we've gotten an update on his quest. Oh, there, yeah, she isn't.
I can handle
Fi, you doing okay? You have anything that I need to buy? The eye gout. Ooh. +5. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Finian is a +5 right now, though, so Icy Burst. When it hits the enemy for the first time in a round, the enemy must pass a Fortitude saving throw or suffer a -3 penalty to damage rolls and become slowed for 1 turn. As opposed to Eye Gouger, which is a +5 corrosive burst throwing axe. When it confirms a critical hit, the enemy must pass a Fortitude saving throw of DC 31 or become blinded. It does have slightly less base damage, but then again, most demons are going to resist 2d6 cold damage just as well as they resist 1d6 acid damage. Like, there's no getting around that. Did you recognize who Wenduog's VA is? No, I have not. I'm horrible with actors in general, and I'm really bad at recognizing voices unless I pick up on it quite easily, which rarely happens. Do you have anything else? Goggles and Malocchio. Act 1 on a new playthrough, so pretty far from crystals. I don't think we need any of that. Potion of haste, magic weapon. Meh. Oh, he's got a. Why does he have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 copies of that? Jesus. Yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and grab the eye gouger. I've got the money for it. Why not? Oh, right. Everybody's shit needs to get upgraded too. Ugh. So we... No, not Finian. Throw it into... There we go. There we go. Nice. So she's got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 attacks right now. 9 attacks. Good lord.
Can't make the demons wait.
Oh, right. I was going in there to talk to Aru. I completely forgot. All right, Aru, let's deal with this. Arushale looks at you and smiles sadly without saying a word. All right. You said you wanted to try the dream again. Let's go.
All right, let's do it. I need to solve this riddle. I can't wait. Oh, but there's...
A glimpse of concern appears on her eager face.
The nightmare is still in there. Usually he doesn't show up at all, but I think he'll attack us when we start altering the very nature of the dream. Better get ready.
Oh, I can handle it. Don't worry. We're level 19. What could possibly go wrong? And there's our first ad. You know the drill. Get a drink, get a snack, whatever you need to do. I'm going to go do some stretches, and I'll be right back. I'm back. Just waiting on the ad to finish. Plus, I'm pretty sure I have most of my buffs still on my character. So if we are going to go after this nightmare she's fighting, it would probably be good to do it now. It's also such a pain in the ass to try and get buffs going in your castle because you can't really control all of your characters properly. Blech. Have you seen the art I sent yet? Oh, was that the one from earlier, or did you send more? Oh, it's the one from earlier. Yeah. The death of the Herald. They went all out with that. I like the neat touch that, like, the Herald has, or the Hand of the Inheritor has, he has, like, red blood, but he also has, like, golden light blood that's, like, spewing onto Baphomet's hand. It's a nice touch. But yeah, no, I saw that, Lord Brownbear. Oh, good. Ad's over. All right, I'm ready. Arushale touches your hand, and the real world fades. Only thing I have a problem with are the crystals. Don't recall having issues with any other MA effects. Buff cycle usually involves buff immunities. Yep. Ooh, I can hear the Azada theme. Arushale's dream seems even darker and emptier than before. The smell of smoke and ash lingers in the cold air. You don't see the nightmare, but you can feel it watching from the dark. The succubus approaches the table reverently, as if approaching a holy altar. Then she hesitates.
When Desna asked me, "What do you dream of?" I didn't know anything about dreams. I'd been trying to imitate mortals, but I never really understood what I was doing. I filled my dream with things, but now I understand why they all burn so easily. They're not real dreams, but how can I put it? Mortals don't dream about objects. They dream about ideas. Filling my dreams with those items was like stealing a roadside sign from its stake and then claiming I had an entire town in my hands. Anevia isn't really dreaming about a loaf of bread. Her dream is about a new, peaceful life. A life where there's no war. A life where she lives in her own home, bakes bread for her wife. I'm sure that if I asked anyone about the things I stored here, they'd tell me why those things are in their dream worlds. Worlds where they find happiness.
Do you want me to help you understand your dreams?
Yes. In fact, you may be the only one who can, because I don't think anyone in the universe knows me better than you.
I mean, I would say Desna probably does, but that's because she literally reached into your brain and rewrote portions of your personality. So, you know. That isn't really what dreams are. Well, they're not talking about literal dreams. They're not talking about the subconscious things that your brain plays with, Tenwin. Arushale is having to separate that from what is someone's dream. What is what they want to bring into reality? What is what they want to accomplish with their life? Desna is not just asking literally, what is your dream? Desna is asking Arushale, what do you want out of life? Casual brainwashing. More like soul washing, technically, because of the way souls in Galarian work.
The table didn't burn because it is part of my dream. A part of the world where I'm happy. And now I just have to find out what that world looks like.
Arushale closes her eyes.
The world of my dreams is close, and I can almost see it. Almost.
A teapot is now on the table. Arushale whispers quietly. You can barely hear the words, but as she speaks, the world begins to change around you. The smell of smoke and ash is replaced by the fragrant aroma of a freshly brewed tea.
The teacups are full. The steam is rising from them. There's a spot of spilled jam, cookie crumbs. I baked cookies.
Planning to drink some tea.
A hissing voice full of bitter hatred can be heard in the darkness.
You used to drink souls before. How many living souls did you kill, fiend? How many did you torture to death? You don't deserve a life like this.
I have done many terrible things.
Arushale's voice is quiet but firm.
I ruined lives, and I'll be paying for that as long as I live. I will fight to close the world wound, and even after that, so long as there is evil in Galarian. But I will not give up on my dream. Whatever it is, without it, I won't have the strength to fight and win.
I will make you pay with your life.
Oh. Okay. I mean, Arushale, do you even need my help with this? Cause it kind of seems like you don't. Well, how big is my detonation ability? Where is it? Yeah, okay, yeah. Let's just and then kaboom. Arushale stops to catch her breath.
The nightmares, they never leave me alone. I know that I deserve them, but it's hard to fight them off over and over again.
You can't have dreams without nightmares. In a way, they're the price you pay for that kind of humanity.
I know. Thank you for helping me fight them. We have to continue. She closes her eyes once more. Around the table, I see a house, a spacious kitchen, sunlight coming through the window, the branches of apple trees swaying outside. You want to have a house, you venomous butterfly?
Demalchio's charred, ghostly face is twisted by hatred.
You deprived me of my home twice. You took Elysium from me, and when I found new refuge in the abyss, you destroyed that too. Now you dare to dream of a home of your own?
I wronged you, and I will never forgive myself for that. I won't make excuses. There is nothing I could say that would excuse what I've done, but you are dead, Demalchio. I will never forget you, but I also will not let you take my life.
You don't have the right to live!
It's actually kind of poetic that they're this weak. Like, surprisingly so. All right, I'll go deal with these two. In fact, hold on. Just turn these off. Turn on Quicken. And give me... Oh. Yeah, just give me... Oh, wait. Move right about there. Go ahead and detonate. And then... Run over here. Long range shot. Oh! Fuck you! Shoot him. Bloody concealment. I thought I still had true sight on. Arushale looks pale as she wipes away the sweat and tears from her face.
You're close to your dream. We're not done yet. You're almost there. I want to see it through to the end. A kitchen. A teapot. And who's sitting at the table? It's me. But I'm not alone. Who's with me? It's you, and we're laughing, and we're carefree, and we're happy, and we drink tea, and we reminisce about days gone by. But it's not just the two of us. All of my friends are here.
Yeah, it's all the Des Knights, it's Sela, Sociel, Ember. It's obviously not Regil, or Greybor, or Darren, obviously.
This whole time, this is what I want. A home of my own. Friends, maybe even family. Family. That's the word mortals use to describe the people who fill them with happiness. The people they love and can't live without.
You will not be happy, scum! You don't deserve happiness!
The nightmare's hiss grows into a deafening roar.
I will be happy.
She looks the monster straight in the eye.
Do whatever you want to me. But my dreams are mine. Forever.
Here comes trouble.
One last bout. Oh, there's a lot of you bastards, ain't there?
Disappear.
There's a lot of you. All right, well. I think if I... Hold on, if I move right about there... Ba-boom. Damn it, again? It's a 20% chance. Good shot.
Killing is what I was made for.
The monster is gone. The kitchen is peaceful.
I just want to live here.
It's actually...
In the world of mortals. With the ones I hold dear. I have solved your riddle, goddess. This is my true dream.
You see what I mean by, like, if we had gone pure Azada and not Legend, it feels wrong to not romance Arushale. Because, like, that's just what this whole thing seems to be about. The monster is gone. The kitchen is peaceful. The smell of fresh baked cookies wafts through the air. Steam rises from the cups of hot, fragrant tea that have been set on the table. Arushale gazes around her longingly. You've never seen her so happy.
Goddess, what is going on? What's happening to me? I have changed. I can feel it. The abyss has relinquished its hold on me. I am not a monster anymore. Oh, Desna, this is so wonderful.
The music's good. I get where they're coming from writing-wise, but that animation was a little weak. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like you could have done a little bit more there, Owlbear. You could have done, or Owlcat, you could have done a little bit more. What just happened?
I don't know, but I can feel that everything has changed. Myself, you, everything in the world. Oh, Goddess, this is so beautiful. I had no idea that the world could be so beautiful.
How do you feel?
I've never felt better. Everything that I hated about myself is gone. I look at you and I don't feel hunger. I don't want to kill. All the unholy cravings I experienced as a demon, they're all gone. Now I just want to be happy, to live and to love.
So your touch no longer drains the life from others?
No, I am not a monster anymore. Not a predator, not a weapon. Just a woman, like any other female mortal.
Arushale looks down at her slender fingers. Slowly, apprehensively, she reaches out to touch you, and you feel the warmth of soft skin as she touches your hand. I think I mentioned Arushale can ascend as early as book 3 if you spend time with her. My DM sort of flopped with how they handled her. She never managed to be more proactive. So what will you do now?
First, I'll help you win this war. We'll close the world wound once and for all. And then, you know, I've done so many bad things. My redemption doesn't automatically cancel out all the evil I've done. The people I murdered are beyond salvation now, and my nightmares won't let me forget that. But I can still save the others, those who are still alive and in need of help.
Congratulations, then, Arushale.
Yes, I have. But you have been beside me every step of the way. I could never have done this without you. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, it's time for us to head back.
Yes! I can't wait to see the world through new eyes.
Yeah, I feel like they could have done a little bit more there. Slightly better animation, maybe slightly better line delivery. Not blaming the voice actress. I think she still does a good job. It was just a little underwhelming for it basically being the culmination of Arushale's like character arc. Little underwhelming, not gonna lie. Okay, I'm assuming she's back over here, and I'm also kind of surprised, like, I would have expected her portrait to change or something, but it didn't really. Like, I don't know, like, I was expecting maybe she removes the gloves or something as a sign that, like, she can touch things now, or I don't know. I feel like they could have done more there, that's all. All right, we talked to Wendu. Sela didn't have an update. Darren, I'm not ready to do his quest yet anyways, and I don't even know where Yoder wants to meet us yet. And I would honestly like to just get my legend abilities as soon as possible. Yep. You changed your nature and succeeded. How does it feel?
I feel reborn. A whole new person. The world around me is remade. It was always hunt or be hunted in my mind. I never wanted to be the one who hunts, yet I am a predator by nature. I had to restrain myself all the time to avoid destroying everything around me. I had the eyes of a monster that could only see pain and suffering. I couldn't even imagine that there were so many more wonderful, beautiful things. I'm still unable to understand many of them, but I will change and will come to understand everything.
Are your nightmares all right?
They do still haunt me, but that's how it should be. I have changed, but my past will haunt me. The evil things that I did, I have a lot of debts to repay, and I have no right to forget them. My nightmares won't allow it.
I guess the answer to the riddle turned out to be surprisingly simple.
Yes, but it was not about the answer at all. What if someone told me something like, Arushale, you need friends, at the beginning of my journey?
I tried telling you that. You didn't listen.
Of course I needed them. This revelation would not have helped me at all back then. It took me several decades of haphazard wandering in order to understand how dreams even work and what I should do with them. The answer was simple, but the journey was the lesson the goddess wanted to teach me.
All right, well, it's good to see that you're actually learning. All right, Midnight Fade. Right, that means we have to go into the barracks. Decided to continue cultic. It's been stuck on a level a bit too long in a specific difficulty. Just said, fuck it. Redid the level on standard and continued. Level was brutal on extreme. Arena fight. Constant swarm. I do need to do the rest of cultic at some point in the future, Tedwin. I did say I would.
I can handle it.
Leona, welcome. Oh my god. Every time I see you post in with the emote, it reminds me that I haven't managed to find a way to fix the freaking thing yet. Oh, everyone's exhausted. I still have my Azada spells. I can fix that. If I still have my... I should still have my second level one that just removes all fatigue and exhaustion.
What's going on here?
And where is it? There it is. Bam. And as for the rest of you... Oh, that does count as an 8th level one. Interesting. Let me see here. Let's go ahead and give her the better version of Deadly Aim. I think that's a good idea. We also need to grab her Rapid Shot when we get to the next level, so that way she gets rid of the -2 penalty from that. Gain a +3 bonus on ranged attack instead of +2 when your base attack bonus reaches 4, and every 4 thereafter, the damage roll increases by +3 rather than +2. Ember, Sorceress, Reflex, right? You can cast the first spell after an initiative roll as a swift action if that spell is of a first level or is at least 2 levels lower than the maximum level of spells you can cast. Good. Sociel, what was the build that I had for you? What did it suggest for this level? Spell Penetration Mythic. Makes sense. Boop. And Arushale. Glad to see the two of you are just, Noamto and Runner are just having a discussion about game mechanics. I'm glad that you guys are working things out. Wait, who is this? Oh, right, this is Arushale. Deadly Aim, I think. Flawless attacks or deadly... Yeah, Deadly Aim. Just increase her damage.
Did the world
And
just forget me?
Flawless attacks don't matter because he's a natural weapon user. We could grab weapon focus to up his accuracy. We could grab power attack and just up his damage. That might not be the worst idea. Yeah. Alrighty then.
Can't make the demons wait.
Well, we still have Ivu for a little bit longer. I believe they said to go it. Oh. I figured. Oh. Well, hello. He can make his natural weapons attacks iterative like a manufactured weapon. He can? Oh, right. The ability. Right. I forgot. There's the shifter ability that allows him to switch between those two modes. Right. His bite still does a lot of damage, though. Like, a lot of damage. The sound of your footstep echoes around the empty halls of the Midnight Fane. Every step that brings you closer to the rift is answered by a pang in the wound above your heart. Stop. Now that the goddess and the demoness are gone, we need to talk. Well, look who's here. What? You don't like it when your puppet cuts its strings? There is no need for vitriol. I've never thought of you as a puppet. I did not come here to quarrel or to entertain imaginary grudges. Hear me out before you go any further. To the gates of midnight. Do not make a mistake that you cannot undo. I understand. Rilu pauses. Surprisingly, she seems anxious. I understand that you think you've been tricked and used. It is not so. I simply could not reveal the whole truth to you without provoking the wrath of all the demon lords that have been paying attention to the events of the wound. Nocticula especially, as she already knew more than the others, but I have never tried to hurt you. The process is reversible. Stop. Your power will come back to you. You can use it to defeat your enemies. Power is not an indulgence. Power is freedom. Arilu's voice suddenly warms with passion. Freedom to do whatever you want, to protect whomever you want, to punish whomever you see fit and not be afraid. To not be afraid of the gods or demons. No one who can spin you around like a toy. Why would you wish to reject that? And why do you want to stop me? What do you gain from that? I do not wish to lose something that I have put such effort into. And I do not want to see those who tried to thwart me, who tried to crush me, triumph. I gave you power no mortal has ever possessed. Now you wish to be rid of this gift? Aurilu gives you a searching look. The answer is no. I will not stop. If this power is taken from something else, then it was never mine to begin with. It is not mine. It has never belonged to me. And I can win without it. You do not know what you speak of. I can't stop you. Not yet. Fine, go. Meet your demise. I will meet you again once you've realized what it is you have wrought.
The world has suffered enough.
Alright, let's get moving. Down here, I'm assuming it's to the main portal that was mentioned. Oh, Lord Bramber, since you know this better than everybody else, or, well, actually, Runner might also know, given he's been playing the game to the hell and back. None of these quests are on a time limit right now, right? Because you know how I feel about time limits in games like this. They need to either be very clearly spelled out, or they need to not exist. No time limits? Good. The flickering flames of the rift. The gates of midnight, as Aurilu called it, illuminate your face. You recall everything that happened here. Your fight with Darazan, the surge of power that followed, and then the step into the abyss. Alarm rings in your soul. Your wound begins to pulse once more. It's as if your heart is demanding you do something, to feel, to realize, to decide. Reflect on what it means to be yourself. You turn your gaze inward, seeking to realize, to discern, to find something that constitutes your essence, to be yourself. What does it mean to be you? A vision, tumultuous and captivating, waters of a mountain river, emerges in your mind, gliding over a meadow swathed in moonlight without disturbing a single blade of grass. Behind you, you hear the singing of your friends, a path full of dangers, adventure before you. But what is that? Enemies approaching, the threat of ambush, the laughter rising into the night sky, the song soaring with it, a gust of wind spreading far and wide, inspiring your allies, bringing your foes to their knees. There is no power in any world that can stop it, that can stop you. The vision fades. Could this be the truth? That there is nothing left inside you, except this power. I am not a slave to my power. I can accomplish everything I need to without it. For a brief instant, you are overwhelmed by weariness and exhaustion. You become disoriented. You start shaking violently. But almost as quickly as it comes, the fit subsides, and you feel a clarity of mind and an influx of energy. Along with this comes a realization. You must press on. You must revisit the places where you felt the surges of your mythic power, step by step, as if returning to your past. The next place you must go is not too far. In Dresden, the place where the Sword of Valor fluttered in the wind before an army of crusaders.
Here we go.
Okay. Did that do anything yet? We lost an ability. Okay, so we are going to actually have to go back. It's going to knock our mythic level down each time we do this. Okay. Okay, I see how it works here now. Which means the Sword of Valor, then we're going to have to go back to the Lost Chapel, and then all the way back to Canabras, I think? If I'm correct. Well, I want to do that because we didn't actually get any benefits for picking Legend yet so far. The only thing we got was the Legend Corruption Resistance. In order to get anything else, we have to do this quest. Check your inventory for a scroll of Aura of Law. Okay. Where am I? I have Holy Aura, no Aura of Law. Shield? Shield of Faith, Magical Vestment Shield, Shield of Law. Okay. So do you need me to do that at some point? Just give me a second. Come out this way.
I can handle it.
So we... Oh, wait, no. Sword of Valor. That's up in the keep. I'm an idiot. Derp-de-derp. It's a secret tool for later. Oh. The Sword of Valor. The great relic of the Crusaders saturated this place with its divine aura. Your wound is making itself felt again. It seems to be burning, but doesn't feel like it did during the previous bursts of pain, more like an itching sensation that accompanies a healing scar. But this, along with the sensation, comes anxiety. Your heart pounds harder and harder as if it's trying to break out of your chest. A chill seizes you. Somewhere at the limit of your hearing, you can make out alarmed whispers, moans, and pain. It was my triumph, but others still lie ahead of me, and I will accomplish them by relying on no one save myself and my friends. A short spasm shakes your body. A voice you can barely make out utters a desperate shriek, and immediately something appears in front of you, a vague silhouette, an indistinct figure that bears a striking resemblance to... Oh? What's happening? Oh.
Who are you? Why are you tormenting me?
Oh? Who is...
We can rest after this fight.
The fuck? Oh, pfft, Ifu, you're not even part of this. The fuck? Alright, what? A shadow, just a regular shadow. That's it? I mean... Okay.
I got this.
Why? Why? It hurts so much.
I'm confused. Is this like a representation of the mythic power? But why would it have a conscious, like, thought?
Now you see what is happening?
Arila's projection appears before you instantly, as if she'd been waiting for this moment.
You are killing yourself. Literally. Stop now before it is too late.
What was that, Arilu?
Your power is trying to take shape and prevent you from being rid of it. It is part of your soul. With it, you are whole, no matter what you think.
Save your breath.
You won't stop me. Then I will try. I understand your rage. I know that you hope to heal the wound of your soul. It is a lie. An oversimplified solution that will lead you to nothing. Ayomide has lied to you, convinced you that she cared about your well-being. In truth, the only thing that interests the deities, these so-called good gods,
Arilu spits the last two words with unconcealed contempt,
is holding on to their celestial thrones. They were the ones who created a universe where pain, violence, and injustice reign supreme, where mortals are given the most pitiful lot imaginable, living ridiculously short lives, dying of sickness, of injury, powerless to control their own souls after they die. Why would you want to regain all that when I can give you so much more?
You and I can have different opinions on Ayomide, but you and I both also know that lies and manipulation are an anathema to gods like her. She can't use that to further her own agenda, unlike you.
That is right.
Arilu notes after a short pause. Yomide's not a creator god. She was in fact immortal at one point. I know that, but that's not Arilu's point. That's not Arilu's point. Because she's basically pointing out that if a mortal becomes a god and then chooses to uphold that same system, they are just as liable as the creator god themselves.
She is direct, inflexible. When her sights a goal, she flies towards it like a spear. I was wrong when I suspected our celestial visitor had a hidden agenda, but you are just as wrong to trust her judgment. Ayomide is not the goddess of lies, but nor is she a goddess of wisdom.
I don't care what her intentions are. Once I learned the truth, I would have chosen it anyway, because this path is mine. What's left of these powers is mine and mine alone, and nothing and no one's else. Anger sparks in her eyes, even as her voice remains cold and calm.
Very well. Let us see how much longer you can hold on like this. Remember that it is still not too late to step back.
The witch's projection disappears. Silence falls. You're no longer shuddering from the cold. Your heart stops pounding. An odd feeling grows in your chest. This is how birds must feel when they navigate over oceans and continents to get home. You sense where the call is beckoning you. The Lost Chapel, where you defeated Nulkaneth, where you felt the surge of mythic power for the second time.
Beautiful.
Also, while we're here... actually, no. We'll deal with Storyteller later. I really want this to get done. That's all I'm saying. I really just want the rest of my legend abilities. So let's get a move on, shall we? Did Early Sunset have anything to say about you stopping being an Azada? I mean, yes, but he wasn't Early Sunset when he did. Anybody... Are you familiar with a devil by the name of Mephistopheles? Noamto, sorry. Do admit, one of the most annoying statements I have seen people... The indie industry has more bad games than slot compared to AAA. Yeah, we know that's what comes with being indie. Just like you aren't disappointed when a toddler draw... What? An adult did the same, you lift an eyebrow. AAA does not have the excuse. Yeah, that their games suck. Yeah, no, that's largely the reason. Fine, we'll rest. Lord. We've got all of that. Oh, wow. Neither of you are good at this. Try to make a hearty meal. We still need a 7 or higher just to make it work. Good lord. We have no one in the party. That would be the devil. Yeah, well, he's number 2, really, in the hierarchy. This land has suffered terribly under the demons. We'll try to paint it as it was before. Beautiful, the way it will be after we... Oh. I appreciate that as long as Social doesn't lose heart, he's kind of the optimist of the group. He really thinks everything's going to get put back together, no problem. Like that in the markets. No, we haven't seen him since then. Asmodeus is technically a fallen celestial, not a devil. Right. Fair enough. Oh god, right. Please tell me there's nothing. Can we just walk there without having to worry about... I'm really hoping nothing respawned in this area is what I'm saying. Because that would be annoying. Isn't that the same thing? No. Technically not. Devils are formed from the actual physical substance of hell, Ten. Asmodeus was not. He still classifies as a fallen celestial. It's also why he's the only god in hell. Everyone else is either a fallen celestial, a devil, or an archdevil. There are no other actual gods down there either. God damn it, Socio. Get on your mount. There we go.
Here we go.
I'm also assuming... Oh, actually, Ivu didn't get weaker, but I'm assuming he is getting smaller, though, I'm noticing.
I can handle it.
We need to go... here. And then out.
Can't make the demons wait.
Oh, she's already here. Fancy that.
You continue to be stubborn,
Arilu says dully.
I must offer you one last chance. Step away, regain your power. Stop maiming your own soul. If all my reasoning fails to persuade you, I am willing to offer you the gift of several unique artifacts from my personal collection. You will not find their equal anywhere on this plane.
Move forward without a word. Arilu attempts to say something else, but just purses her lips and looks at you with cold fury and strangely alarm before disappearing without a word. Sorry, Ten, when I saw the option to do it without even saying anything, and I was like, fuck yeah, let's do that. You're like a max level raider going back to the noob zones. A little bit, yeah. This is where Nulkaneth fell. The memory of the dawn over the Lost Chapel rises before your eyes. Suddenly, a sharp pain grips your heart. The same ghostly creature appears before you, the one that attacked you in Dresden. But this time there are more of them. They're more solidly formed, and they are filled with angry desperation. Ooh, 3 of them.
Clear your throat out.
What level are these? 25. Okay, that's one hell of an upgrade. All right. What's their AC? 38. Okay. 38 for flat-footed, 45 for normal. Wendowog, I'd really appreciate if you give me a hand here.
Well, begging me to stop.
Thank you, Wendowog. Let's go ahead and maximize. Why do I only get 3 attacks? I'm supposed to get 4. Oh, I lost the haste ability, so I only get 3. Okay, that makes sense. So let me see here. Maximized with regular sword. Trying to remember how much damage I do with this. So that should be 89 damage. If I do empowered as well, that'll be 1 burn. That should do enough damage to kill him, right? Yes.
Damn you!
103, 103, and 103. Good. Ember. What is this thing? Wow, they start with a lot of... Ah, he's bleeding. And shaken. Critical weapon. Wow, wait, they're not immune to sleep? What is his will save? 23? His fortitude save is actually the lowest, but we can still try. Get fucked. Oh, I forgot to have him in Griffin form. I should have had that going from the start. Oh well. Oh, I was tiny again. Okay, well, get in position. There we go. Go ahead and start shooting him.
Resist.
Really? You missed 2 of them. Oh, and then he got to cast a spell. Fuck you. Oh, everybody succeeded. Makes attack of opportunity against Wendowog. Ow. Or whatever. Wendowog blend. Thank you. For story, probably Azada Devil. For mechanics, probably Trickster. I've heard a lot of good things about the finale of the Azada story. I just really wanted to do Legend. I really wanted to do Legend. The ghostly creature that you fought is convulsing in its death throes and whispering.
Why are you my enemy? Why are you trying to kill me? Why?
And who are you? The creature does not answer, muttering its refrain of who are you and why. Once more it disappears like smoke in the wind. Awareness is dawning in your heart. You approach the end of your path. The direction, the focal point, the place where it all began and where it all must end. That place is the Grey Garrison. Gold Dragon is nice, but too late. Yeah, and I have looked at the Gold Dragon mechanics, and let's be very honest.
Beautiful.
You have to build, like, very specifically for it to work. Because otherwise, it's just a straight downgrade in almost every department. And that's even after they buffed the hell out of it in the latest patch. Or in the last big patch, I should say. Like, it's a shame because, like, human transforming into dragon should be awesome, but it's, like, fairly mediocre. And that's horrifying. Like, that's stupid. That's not good. Like, the gold dragon form and all that is kind of cool if you build for it, right? You can do the classic, you know, sorcerer dragon disciple into gold dragon form. So you've got spell casting and melee, but it's just going to be straight up inferior to the other full-blown mythic classes. Which is really bad for something that only comes online at the very end of the game. Say what you will about Legend, at least Legend is like, it has some cool story connotations, and you get another 20 levels of character, which is just, the combos you can do with that is mind-boggling. Yep, go to the Grey Garrison. Oh, random encounter. Not one that I can dodge. Interesting. Hello?
I can handle it.
Soul? Slowly, barely moving, a formless figure shuffles towards you. When it finally draws near, you realize that it's Chief Soul, but the state of him. The wound has desiccated him, drained him of the last vestiges of his strength. His clothes are caked in blood. His eyes are glazed and rolling in his head, and a black saliva trickles from his limply gaping mouth. Legend is the strongest martial mythic. Yeah, I mean, some people have pointed out that Trickster can technically be almost as strong, if not stronger, if you build it right. But legend, no, as you said, Runner, just like how Angel or Oracle Angel combined spellbook is pretty much the easiest way to do a combined spellbook build, a martial legend is pretty much the easiest way to do a martial character because it's just more of the same. What's that? You're 20 levels in Paladin and you go Legend? Go ahead and take 20 levels in frickin' two-handed fighter and watch as your guy literally obliterates everything. Oh, what's that? You've already got 20 levels in fighter? Go take 10 levels in Aldori Sword Lord so that now you're untouchable as long as your dexterity is decently high. Slowly. Oh, right, I already read that part. During the last fetch of strength, his clothes are caked in blood, his eyes are glazed and rolling in his head, and a black saliva trickles from his limply gaping mouth. Made a Bloodseeker Slayer with the intention of not multiclassing, made him strength-based, didn't boost dex, so I'm spending a lot of feats on heavy armor defensive skills. He's too reliant on other party members for damage, which isn't my personal preference. Yeah. Actually made Peak Trickster just theming the character after my tabletop. Alchemist 16, Underground Chemist Rogue 4. Dump sneak attack with his bombs and cast like a 20th level wizard while having 40 strength. Yep. The only way that that combo would be better, Lord Brownbear, is if Alcat had remembered that throwing weapons range should probably be determined by how strong the character is. Wenduog grabs her weapon.
What would Sul be doing here? Is this an illusion? Some kind of trap?
Sul, what are you doing out here? Sul stares at you for a while, as if he doesn't recognize you, but then awareness slowly sharpens.
Commander, Dresden, going to Dresden. Need to gather. Rescue.
Who does he want to rescue? The pack? My pack? Sul, where are my warriors? Answer me, you old duller.
Where are the other mongrels?
Savamelech is there. They're there.
Do you know where it is? He gestures vaguely in the direction he came from.
Over there.
After a quick examination, Wenduog speaks bitterly.
It's no use. His brains are fried from the heat and the weather. We need to get him to a healer in Dresden right away or he won't last. I need to question him.
Fine. Okay, we'll head back to Dresden then.
Thank you.
Sul coughs violently.
Commander. Commander. Need to get to Dresden. Talk there.
Really feel like I should finish off the legend thing before we go running off to fight Savamelech, as much as I would like to finish off Wenduog's story. Oh, here we are. Back here.
Can't make the demons wait.
Sul. Sul is already looking better. His wounds have been bandaged, his gaze is more lucid, and yet he's still not the same peaceful old man that you left 6 months ago. His haggard, pale face bears the mark of emaciation and near death.
Commander is back. So am I. Can't believe it.
Stop wasting time, Sul. Where is my pack? And don't even think about dying before telling us everything. You have a chance to serve your tribe one last time, so don't squander it.
What happened to the mongrels, Sul? We only heard that they disappeared. He lets out a wheezing, heavy sigh.
At first, nothing unusual. We were living our lives. And the whole tribe got stricken with something, like a disease. Your arms ache, and your legs ache, and it tears you from the inside. Nobody knew anything about it. And then one night, we all woke up.
Why are you spending feats on armor? Go full damage, use a caster scrolls to buff for AC, invis, and other defenses. He's not wrong. Like, again, as long as the enemy doesn't have true sight, mirror image and displacement is going to do better for you than any amount of armor. Sul thinks for a moment.
And remember what came next. Remember opening eyes, walking out the gate. Guard stopped me. I say Lady Anevia's orders, but he doesn't believe me. And then I grab him and I don't remember. I don't.
Sul shakes his head, as if trying to drive away the thought.
Nightmare. Nightmare it was. I remember walking a long way. Remember the white eyes of the demon. People screaming. Sickening to remember.
People screaming. Savamelech performed his rituals, his communion. He gave you meat and poison.
Yes, he fed them human flesh. But that wasn't enough for some. He would sting them with his poison, and Those who survived became something else.
Why were you wandering alone in the wound? His face scrumples as if he's about to cry.
Old, weak, good for nothing. Not even to be demon slave. He poured blood down my throat and still no power like the other tribesmen. So the demon just said, "Be gone, carry and let the wound kill you. You're on your last legs all the same. Useless. Useless I am."
You're not just useless. You're pernicious. A thorn in my side, soul, and you even managed to become a nuisance to Sava Melik. You found us and told us. If I'd known you were this tough, I'd have sent you at the demons long ago.
Wow, Wendowog, was that a genuine compliment out of you to someone who you previously had shat on? That's a surprise. Do you remember where he's holed up?
The ruins. Valley of Temples, he called them.
Sol frowns as he searches his memory.
He said something about a city hanging over a rift. Ancient city.
I know this place. Heard it from Hosilla. I saw it marked on the maps. It's near Eyes. A good hideout, tangle of ancient ruins. You'll lose your way without a guide, but I can lead us through. I can pick up Sava Melik's scent from a mile away.
How are you feeling, sir? He looks down at his shaking hands.
I'm done, Commander. My service is over. He said his poison makes us stronger, but my body can't take it. My time is short. If only I could know that my tribe will return, then I would lie down, die in peace.
I will bring your people back. Trust me.
No one steals my pack and gets away with it. Those are my warriors, and anyone who tries to steal them will die a horrible death.
Maybe you can. Maybe there's no bringing them back anymore. Whoever's poisoned is poisoned forever. But seeing them before I go, even that would be a blessing.
Quit yapping and save your strength, old man. You will need to last long enough to witness me restore our tribe to glory. I need you around so I can rub your nose in it, you old coot.
Casting a gloomy, troubled look at Wendowog, Sol turns to you and whispers,
There's something else gnawing at me. Come find me. See an old man. Talk, man.
Okay, so do I just talk to him again? Yeah, I just talked to him again. Okay.
Commander, thank you for heeding my request. I must share my worries with you.
What did you want to talk about?
Explain my concerns. I fear for Wendowog. She's not as stout and tenacious as she may seem.
Wendowog's resilient. She can handle anything.
That's the Wendowog you know. I know a different one. She lost her mother as a child, and not long after her father as well, our chief. It made her callous, pushed her away from the rest, filled her with suspicion and distrust. And after all that pain, her strength was born. She tormented herself on purpose to cultivate strength and endurance. She never took a liking to anyone, never let anyone close to her heart. She was preparing for the day, herself for the day when everyone would leave her, like her father did. She was preparing to be alone.
What do you mean?
Wendowog is used to being strong. She thinks she can do anything. But she is just one woman. Though she is strong of heart, the loneliness she chose for herself has hardened her. But it has also made her brittle. I don't want the trials ahead to break her.
What do you mean?
You know what I speak. Sava Melik, our creator, our origin. How is one to oppose such a thing? The courage one must have to stand up to that, to be the slayer of their own progenitor. She needs a pillar. I hope you will be that for her, for she wanders in darkness. She needs a light to walk towards.
I'm surprised to hear you say that after the way she's treated you.
She is the hope of the tribe. She and you. I remember the feisty young lady when she was but a tot, with curious eyes, who would always get in your hair to ask why walk scorpions are mean, and to sting if they touch you. How would I forget it all? How can I look at who she is now and not know who she was? Believe it or not, her laugh was the most beautiful thing I'd ever heard.
Thank you, Sol.
Take care of her. Talk to her. Don't let her go through this alone.
Damn.
Beautiful.
You were bitching about not having a dad, Wendowog, but it turns out you've got a father right here if you'd actually listen to him. Let me double check the Wendowog romance guide because Wendowog's romance is very contradictory. Once you, yep, travel, find soul, he'll give you the chapter 5 quest. Okay. Okay, all right, I see what I need to do. Alrighty then. Nope, OBS, come back up. There we go.
Master, how can I serve?
We need to talk. Sewell said you needed some help. Bristling, the huntress scoffs aggressively and shakes her head.
What support? What did the old sod tell you? Some tear-filled nonsense about me being a lonely little girl? Stop listening to the old fart. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I am a warrior. I don't need support.
If you're romancing Wendowog, completing her quest early is useful. I would like to get there. I do want to get the legend stuff handled. Hold on. Now I'm already second guessing myself. What do I need to pick? Okay, there we go. I see now. Fine. I will respect your wishes. But if you change your mind, you know that I will listen.
Good to know. Now stop trying to get under my skin.
She huffs, and relief is plain on her face.
Let's see
All
what
right,
we can do.
now let's go to Canabras, and then we'll figure out where we need to go from here. I've already been under your skin plenty of times. Ayo! Okay, so obviously Regil wants us to go to the Hell Knight outpost, and we have to bring him. Or the riddle and stuff is down there. Perhaps Sealkin can be found in the old Sarkorian mines. Need to deal with that. Trap for the other. Closed portal to the ineluctable prison. Valley of Okay, so in order to even get there, we need to send our army to go clear out multiple other forts. Oh, good. She didn't take... No, she did. She took all of my main forces. Where the fuck? So we have to go rescue her or we don't get access to our army again. Oh my god, we're getting completely boned. Oh dear god. Okay, well. Oh, I see that we didn't get 6 months worth of troops to recruit or 6 months worth of finances to use. You can recruit your old generals. I'm gonna need them. I'm gonna fucking need them. Oh, thank god, Setsuna. See, this is how I truly know that Galfrey's an idiot. She didn't take Setsuna with her. Game? Game? Why won't you let me? Oh, they're out of commission still for 2 more days. Okay, well that's fine. We'll get to them in a moment. Ugh. All right, so we need to go to Canabras. And I did read in the guide that, oh, we can go to, where is it? Chili Creek. We can do that on the way back up, I think. There are no other soldiers, I think. You should have reserves. There's nothing. I've got some rangers, some shield bearers. I've got some babaus, which I'm guessing are supposed to be the demon gladiators that we got a hold of, who are willing to fight for us. I've got a force of Yama Azadas, and I've got a handful of marksmen and champions. You spend reserves via decree. Oh, right. Right. It wants us to do that. Except there is none. These are all relics. Glory to the heroes is a morale thing. Preachers is a morale thing. Religious feast is a finance income reduction for more energy. There's no development and there's a rank up. And that's it. There is no option to use any reserves. They don't exist. Are there also Honda and Suzuki Azadas? I mean, maybe. Who knows? The idea of an Azada in samurai armor, though, does sound pretty bitchin'. I'm not gonna lie. Where can we even teleport closer to? I don't think I have a teleportation point anywhere down here, though. No, I built all of my teleportation stuff to get further into the world wound, not to go down here. So we're just going to have to take the long route. In fact, what I saw, we're going to have to rest anyways. It did, the Wenduog romance guide did say something about make sure you rest somewhere. It can't be on the world map because it won't happen. You have to actually rest on the map, on a map. So let's go ahead and do that. Since everyone got fatigued already. Water's bubbling in the pot. Little bubbles are rising from the bottom like there's something interesting at the top. They live on the surface for a moment and then pop, they're gone. Reminds me of something. Ember's being esoteric again. And we failed to do that. Okay. Oh. Well, we're just going to pretend that everyone's not crowded around here because I'm assuming this is supposed to be us and Wenduog talking on our own. Wenduog hesitates for a moment, clearly reluctant to start the conversation before suddenly blurting out,
I'm sorry, all right? I was being dumb. You were trying to help, I told you to get lost, and I acted like a bitch. But I've had some time to think, and I'm here to admit I was wrong. I want to talk, if your offer still stands.
Of course it does. Come on, come over here. What happened? Wenduog pulls at her hair in frustration.
He's been haunting my dreams since we visited the manor. Every night when I shut my eyes, I see him lying there in a pool of his own blood.
She notices your confused expression and clarifies.
My father, the one leading Savamelik's warriors. I mourned his death years ago. I barely even remember him. But after seeing him again, I can't get it out of my head.
Oh, perfect timing. There's the ad break. You know the drill. Drink, snack, get some stretching in, and we'll be right back with a very heartfelt conversation with Wenduog.
I'll be right back.
All right. Also, I do like the romance music. I'm assuming this is just the romance music no matter who you romance, but it's still very nice. Confident you know the system well enough to make it work. You got this. Full BAB max strength for all you need on a melee. Everything else is window dressing. I mean, it's nice to have some other things, let's be honest, runner. Things like displacement or mirror image, just something that makes it a little bit harder for enemies to gang up and hit you. Also, you do need some kind of mobility option. You do need some kind of mobility option, either pounce or a teleport or an ally who can get you from point A to point B faster. You need just something to help with that. All right, ad's over. What was his name? Wenduog hesitates, as if she finds it difficult to even say it, but eventually she does answer.
Zorm. His name was Zorm. My mother's name was La.
What was he like?
He was important. He made people listen to him without raising his voice. He knew how to lead. I followed him everywhere, especially after Mother died. But he kept his distance from everyone, even me. He never let anyone forget that he was chief. I decided that I wanted to be like him. But now I don't think I ever really understood any of it.
Reminding me of when you get service for a night at the brothel in Act 4 when you wake up, your animal companions are next to you in the room. Oh, that's horrible. Walking works just fine with high initiative. You get to go first. I know.
You see, we all need a chief. We need someone who has all the answers. A true leader who can predict troubles we might face, make decisions, give orders. A tribe needed a chief with no name, no family, no weaknesses. They needed someone who could stand above them all, instead of among them, who could act as a god of sorts. Maybe my father wanted to be Zor, to be known by his name and not by his status. Who knows? Instead, he chose to be the leader the tribe needed than the man he wanted.
How did you lose him?
He went hunting and never came back. It just happened. I cried for many gongs. Couldn't stop. Our healer said I nearly died from grief. I couldn't breathe. I refused to move. I just lay there like a corpse. I couldn't understand why he had abandoned me. I knew what death was, of course, but I hadn't come to terms with what it meant. He was my world. I couldn't forgive him for leaving.
Did you look up to your father?
Of course. I admired him. Everyone did. They revered him. But no one looked up to him more than me. It was an honor to be his daughter. I never dreamed of surpassing him. I just wanted to be worthy of him.
Wenduog's face twists into a grimace.
But I have surpassed him. Otherwise, I would be lying on the floor of that manor in the abyss. I would be dead instead of him.
It must have been difficult. I won't abandon you like your father did. I promise you. The huntress gives you a small smile, but you can notice that she's barely able to hold back the tears.
Thanks. You shouldn't make promises like that to anyone. You don't have control over the future, just like he did.
Here we go.
I will lend you my aid.
Hey, I already am rejecting the power of the gods and we're still gonna win a war with demons. I think we can handle this. Oh, all right, down to Canaveras. 20 more hours of walking. Ba-bum-ba. Oh, they actually, like, the big lines in the city and all that are gone now. Nice. 6 hours to get to the Grey Garrison. Good lord. Takes us too goddamn long. Too goddamn long for this shit.
I can handle it.
All right, and then we... This was where the ward stone was. Oh, wow, they cleaned this place up nicely, didn't they? Huh. Damn. I'll give the architects that. They did have 6 months to work, I suppose. I feel like something's supposed to happen, yet nothing is happening. There we go. Here it is, the place where it all began. The place where you felt the surge of mythic power for the first time, where you showed it to the world, defining your future and the future of the crusade. The memory of all that has happened here is still fresh in your mind as if it was yesterday. If you listen very closely, you can almost hear the voices of the Crusaders fighting, see the light of the corrupted wardstone, and look into the eyeless face of Minago. Oh, you Joaquin Phoenix, the way you'd be walking to your rise. Did you get the extra 20 levels yet? No, not yet. I think you only get it once you do all of these events. And I'm assuming Arilu's going to show up one more time to try and dissuade us. Or the Shadow's just going to try and kill us again. One or the other. Yep, there it is. Oh, yep. It's literally our Azada self. But what is that? You feel your heart gripped in a vice, and a moment later the ghostly voices become real once more. They are not the Crusaders. You are surrounded by a crowd of ghostly figures, your eyes inexorably drawn to the one who leads them. It looks like you, the way you were, and the way you could have become. Who are you? Who am I? Who am I for you? What did I do to you? You hurt me. Why? How could I know who you are? You can't even answer that question yourself. The creature doesn't seem to hear you. In a hollow voice, it continues to mumble something that doesn't seem to make any sense. They came suddenly. No one expected them. They wounded so hard, it was unbearable. Wound hurts. Whose wound? Who am I? Who is killing me? That's why the shadows have butterflies, because you were in Azada. Nice touch of the quest, yeah. Gradually, the voice of the creature becomes more threatening. Need to fight. Defend myself. Prevail. Fight. Defend. Prevail. Whoever is killing me, who? Dying hurts. It hurts.
You'll make a fine trophy.
All right. And of course, they won the initiative roll, because of course they did. Okay. He has 462. This is not good. Ooh, okay. And, all right. How much AC does the shadow have? 38? She should be good. Deadly aim.
I'll rip you apart.
Down he goes. What's he doing? Ow! Ow! What do you mean, aspect of the Vrolikai? He got to do that twice? You son of a bitch. Alright, Ulbrig. Go ahead and give us a buff to everybody. Give me death from above on the lesser shadow, please. Almost got him. Arushale, go ahead and finish him off.
Yourself.
Wow, his AC is high. Okay. Give me... Quickened. Does he have buffs? He does have buffs. Wow. Oh, wait. So, okay, so he has the Azada Song of Heroic Resolve. He gets Mage Armor, and I'm guessing he's got the super advanced version of Mage Armor that gives him points per mythic level. He's got Sword of Heaven, Aspect of the Vrolikai. So he's just an amalgamation of all of the different stuff. Right. How much is this costing me? That's 5. I can afford it. I can afford it. Just give me a quickened blue flame blast. Go. Maximized, empowered, full blast. 212. Get fucked. Then turn off quickened. Shouldn't I be able to... Dispels shield. Okay, so his AC just went down. I can also give myself a +4 bonus to Constitution. Am I not allowed to... No, I can attack normally, just... Right? No, it's... For some reason, it's not letting me... I used a swift action, and I still have a move action, but if I select this, it's... This is weird. You know what? Just go for the regular flame blast. Don't do that. Fire blast. He's right there. Just do it. Another 122. And then I am going to... No, I still have a move. Okay, that's weird. Whatever. Get over here. I need to get in melee range if I want to actually finish him off. Ivu, if you want to come over here and give me a hand, that'd be great. I don't think you can even hit him. Oh, you actually managed to skim him. Good work. What is his BAB? Where is it? He targets touch? Oh, fuck. Oh, but his damage is garbage. So he's going to use spells. So hold on. Where is... Touch of Madness attack rolls, saving throws, skill checks. Give him your Touch of Madness, Sociel, so that he takes a debuff on his attack rolls and skill and saving throws. You missed. Okay, that's annoying. That's the case. Just attack him.
Begone, fiend!
Ember. Is he immune to sleep? No, he's not. And his will save is actually his lowest. It's still really good, but... Damn, was really hoping. Send the boar in. And Wendewog.
They'll beg me to stop!
As a Devil Azada, you keep your songs because Devil can use Sword of Heaven and Demon aspects. Oh, interesting. With a last woeful shriek, the creature rushes towards you and then vanishes. A sharp pain bores into your chest and you pass out. Ooh, what is this? Well, hello. The darkness finally loosens its grip on you, and as it fades, your senses return one by one. First comes the sense of touch. You feel heavy shackles binding your limbs. Then your hearing returns, bringing the noise of distant thunder, which sounds too repetitive and regular to be natural. And finally, your sight comes back. But it provides you with no valuable information at all, for the place you are in is completely unfamiliar. I could have accepted long ago that some experiments inevitably end in failure. Ooh, the legend theme, I can hear it. I've heard the legend theme on YouTube from the official composer on his YouTube page. Oh yeah, I recognize this. Arilu appears before you. Her voice is cold, furious, and calculating. A dagger gleams in her hands. But sometimes admitting defeat, even if it is only temporary, is difficult. I regret that it must end like this. I had been watching you for too long, searching for traces, anticipating a particular outcome to my experiment. Prolonged contact creates a sense of attachment to the subject. You have left me with no choice. Arilu's eyes flash viciously. You should not have rejected your power. The result is inevitable. You are powerless here before me. Where are my companions? They are alive in the Grey Garrison. Without you, they hold no interest for me. Where are we? We are in the place where the world began. This is the threshold, once my prison, now my citadel. So what are you going to do? Kill me? Close the wound? Save yourself? I could allow myself some honesty. In your current state, you will not see what is about to happen. I will sever your soul, the last link connecting you and your... what shall we call him? Your shadow. Arilu's tone is pensive, her voice softens slightly. You have already seen him. At the Grey Garrison, the personification of the part I planted in you. The part of you that no longer wish to have anything to do with. All the preliminary forecasts indicate that you will not survive this process, or else I will have to ensure that you do not survive it. I still need your soul, but severed from your current personality. Alas, I cannot work with it in its current iteration. I intend to stoke Pharasma's wrath by keeping your soul tethered in this world, and then I will reunite it with your shadow through a new ritual, the third now, that will create a new being. My latest attempt. And in addition, it will expand the world wound yet again. It is difficult to predict how far anything will go. Mendev will most likely be destroyed utterly. New rifts will appear bound within the wound. New demons and demon lords will enter the fray. Nocticula will be enraged. However, those are just side effects of the experiment. Sediment at the bottom of a volumetric flask. One-line footnote in my journal. You are a monster, Arilu. Worse than any demon. I have heard that many times. Call me whatever you wish. Abomination, evil incarnate. I no longer care. I once again ask myself how much of your previous personality remains after death. Arilu moves her hand with the dagger in it, flexing her wrist. I need your soul purified. The raw material, without the addition of emotions or memories, something I can work with, soil in which I can grow the seed. After a pause, she adds, no longer speaking to you, come forth. The creature you fought in the Grey Garrison appears before you once more. Since last time, it seems to have become more solid, more clearly formed. That form looks incredibly like yourself, despite the inhuman features granted by the power of transformation. The shadow stands, slightly swaying, and touches its face and shoulders as if trying to fathom, to understand. If you are my shadow, if you are truly part of me, you should be helping me. Why did you try to kill me? The shadow repeats in your voice. If you are my shadow, you are my shadow. You are my shadow. Suddenly, the Shadow's eyes light with understanding. They stare directly at you. His voice still sounds like yours, but the words are his own.
I understand now. I know who I am. I am you.
I am not a vessel of power or a corporeal extension of it. I have a heart. I have a soul. I have a life, and I will follow its call. The sensation these words stir in your soul can be described simply as the falling away of chains. You take a long, deep breath, as if you are breathing freely for the first time in your life. And along with the invisible chains that fall from your soul, the shackles Arilu used to immobilize you fall away.
This cannot be. No, my predictions, my forecasts, none of them could have predicted.
The witch mutters, recoiling. The Shadow shrieks in pain, pressing his hand against the wound in his chest. You close your eyes, and when you open them again, you stare at the world as if looking upon it for the first time, sensing yourself, your wholeness, your power, and the walls of Threshold tremble. Glad to see everybody waited for me this time.
We just need to wait a little more. Savan will be back soon, I know it, Soot.
Ember strokes the crow's feathers.
A hunter can lie in ambush for hours until the prey comes. But I can't stand waiting with no end in sight.
Shallow, I pray for your help and your grace. I do not ask you to help me. I beg you to help the commander, Savan, wherever he may be. I know that something terrible has happened. Something extremely powerful interfered. He was abducted. We have to help. Anime protag vibes. That's kind of what Legend is. A ringing voice drowns out your companion's words.
There is no need to worry. Your leader was taken by Arilu,
But the witch could not keep him for long.
I told you he'd be back.
Ember smiles happily. I have cleansed my soul of the Abyss's essence, and of every drop of the crystal's power. Now what? The voice of the goddess is solemn and soulful. The world wound will no longer kill you slowly from within. The power of the crystal cannot alter you, changing you into an unfathomable creature. You are, as you should have always been, mortal, and you will go down in history as the legend who won the ultimate battle against himself. Was it you? I had no hand in it, friend. Everything that has happened was your doing. A legend does not need the help of the gods. You have enough power to win this war by yourself. The goddess bows her head slightly. Thank you, nonetheless, for showing me this path. I did only what was right and just. I could not have acted otherwise. Nothing saddens me more than my need to stand aside while the mortals shed their blood in defense of our home. I was not granted divinity for showing self-restraint. It's time to go. This war won't win itself. I must warn you, you have offended Arilu gravely by rejecting her gifts. The witch will never forgive you for that. For your own safety and the safety of all of Galarian, you must deal with her once and for all. May her black soul serve a good cause by closing the wound she created. The goddess pauses. You and I, we are as reflections in a mirror. I tread a long and difficult path to gain the power of a deity and inherit the mantle Aradin lost. You have done the same, but to get rid of yours. I admire your courage. I bid you farewell and good luck. Legend. The path to become a legend is long and difficult, but when you become one, you will become the pinnacle of what a mortal can be. All ability scores will be increased by 4, level cap becomes 40, and the amount of EXP needed is drastically decreased. What? Social, what is your boar companion doing? Oh, Song of Discord. Right.
Can't make the demons wait.
Well, I suppose something had to go wrong.
I am a very popular extraplanar hero from another planet.
Oh,
Why
permanent
doesn't anyone
bleed.
here believe
That's
in me
fun.
now?
Socio, you mind healing? Thank you. Well, that was a great way to ruin the tension there. Fucking pig. Ugh. Also, it moved everybody again, didn't it? Yeah, it did. There we go. Yep, and now Ivu is completely gone. Turn on party-only EXP and find a map to go solo.
Should I?
I mean... Well, what we need to see is how far into the build I am, and we need to determine what we're actually doing. So first of all, Kineticist level 20. We're going to go ahead and continue pumping Constitution. There we go. And lastly... Could grab Perception there. Tidal Wave. Cold Adaptation. Flame Shield. Foxfire. Healing Burst. Use Kinetic Healer to heal all creatures in a 30-foot radius around you. Healing Burst heals half as much damage as normal. Still pretty good. Always good to have a backup heal. And the cape now has teleportation. Okay, and now we have to figure this out. So there's a couple of choices we can make. We can go classic fighter, which the best choice would probably be mutation warrior because it gives you the mutagen discoveries. I don't think he has the knowledge split off, soloing the other will put him at level 40. Let's figure out how many levels I even have to begin with and what class I want. So we could go Mutation Warrior, which is going to give us the mutagen discoveries, which are quite good, and we still get all the feats associated with it, and we get weapon training. Now, an interesting thing is that one of the mods I downloaded has Esoteric Blade, which is basically Kinetic Blade Fighter. If I remember correctly, it even has, yes, as the fighter class feature, but the bonuses only apply when wielding kinetic blades. This replaces weapon training 1, 2, 3, and 4. It also gives condensed energy. But here's the thing. I was going to consider getting this, but then I actually read up that this is not an actual official subclass. It does not exist in Pathfinder normally. This was something someone came up with to basically make a smarter kinetic knight, because the actual kinetic knight archetype is objectively worse than baseline kineticist in every way possible. So I was considering not taking this because I feel like it would be slightly overpowered. Yeah, if that stacks its OP. Yes, because it does still count as having Kinetic Blast. If Kinetic Blast from the Esoteric Blade stacks with the Kineticist, then that would be quite literally insane. So the main choices: Mutagen Warrior, regular fighter if we really just want the fighter feats. The alternative, however, is we go down something like Magus in order to get access to the various defensive spells that show up in the first 6 levels. Again, things like Mirror Image, things like Displacement, things like Blur. The various defensive capabilities. That'll also allow us to do things like wear armor without having to worry as much. But the rest of the Magus's abilities don't really work with anything that Kineticist does at all. Which weapon group does Kinetic Blade count as being in? If no group, you'll miss out on that feature of a fighter. That's why I was still considering the Esoteric Blade, because it does actively give blade training for Kinetic Blade. You can get weapon focus and weapon specialization for Kinetic Blast, but other than that, you can get wizard levels for that too. That's another thing I was considering. I do prefer going a Gish class though, runner, because as a legend, we do still benefit from BAB being higher. Don't know about Esoteric Blade, this mod. Yes, see, originally when I downloaded the mod, I thought this was an existing subclass because there's so many subclasses that Paizo has made over the years. But I did some digging and Esoteric Blade does not actually exist in the rule set. This was someone's attempt to basically create a better kinetic blade that actually took advantage of being a cross between kineticist and fighter. On its own, it's probably fine. If it stacks with everything we've gotten from kineticist, it would be bonkers. Full divine casters get average BAB. I am aware. I'm aware. You go full caster plus Eldritch Knight. Again, I'm aware. Funnily enough, I believe Imperial Sorcerer would also work with that because Imperial Sorcerer works off wisdom and we do have a high wisdom score. Hell Knight Signifier, that's a specialty class and I need to have, see, I don't have Knowledge World, I don't have Knowledge Arcane, I don't have Arcane Armor Training, I don't have Warrior Priest, and you have to be lawful alignment to be a Hellfire Signifier. So none of that works. Again, part of me is thinking just going the simplest route is just to go Mutagen Warrior, because Mutagen Warrior gets us access to the stat mutagens, which are really, really good. Shaman for hexes, that's another alternative as well. Plus, if I remember correctly, Shaman does have... There is also Spirit Hunter, which does get access to like weapon focus and things like that, is what I was also thinking. The issue though is that does Shaman use wisdom for its spellcasting? I don't know if it does or not. Again, part of me wants just to be very simple with this and go fighter, just because that also fits the, that also very much fits. To be fair, what I could also do is go the opposite direction. Instead of taking the mutagen fighter, we go ahead and take something like Vivisectionist Alchemist. We still get some decent BAB because it's a 3/4 BAB class. We pick up sneak attack and we get our medical discoveries, but we'll get all of them rather than just the mutagens. We'll also grab poison resistance, not that that really matters. Blood Rager has full BAB and gets most of the important defensive spells, but only when they're raging, and I don't get infinite rage because I don't have any more mythic abilities. Well, I guess we technically do get infinite rage at the end, but yeah. Mutagen would stack with Elemental Overflow and turn your Kinetic Blast into belt to ass. That's why I was thinking that Vivisectionist would be better, Lord Brownbear, because Vivisectionist does get access to the spells that I want. I'm pretty sure it does. Alchemist as a whole gets access to almost the entirety of the wizard spell list, doesn't it? I believe. So it wouldn't be that hard. With high constitution, you get more than enough rage charges. I am aware. I am aware. So yeah, we could go Blood Rager. The other problem is that I think Blood Rager... Wouldn't Blood Rager make it so that I can't use my Kinetic Blast? Because you can't do like concentration abilities as a Berserker. You can't do that when you're raging. Again, I'm leaning towards Vivisectionist because it gives us access to pretty much everything I want from the fighter, but potentially increases our damage even higher. I don't know about Kinetic Blast. Yeah, see, that's my issue, Noamto. I don't think there is a... I don't think Blood Rager works with that because of the way that Rage works with those abilities. I also don't think... I don't know. I did Alchemist Kineticist for my Tabletop Inspired character. He was a fucking monster. Then that sounds like exactly what I should do. Does Sneak work with Kinetic Blast? Even if it doesn't, Runner, I'm getting access to the spells, the arcane spells up to 6th level, and I'm getting access to the mutagens still. And I'll even have access to a couple of other mutagens that we don't actually have, like Dispelling Attack. I can get additional Dispel abilities from this, while still getting some other abilities. I think this is actually a good choice. I think Vivisectionist makes the most sense, honestly. Yeah, I think we're going to go Vivisectionist. I think we're going to go Vivisectionist. Even if it doesn't work. Like, even if it doesn't fully work, it's still going to give us pretty much everything. Gives you Alchemist spells and Sneak Attack Rogue. Mutagen Warrior gives you a higher base attack bonus and more combat feats. Yes, but what I want is the spell casting, no motto. I want the spell casting for the additional defense. I want to be able to have like mirror image, displacement, basic stuff that will help compensate for the fact that I do not have a good AC. And I don't build my spellcasters to do very well. And that is entirely on me. That is entirely on me. So yes, we're gonna go Vivisectionist. That also gives us 4. We're gonna keep bumping these 3. And I'm also going to go ahead and use, start putting points into Use Magic Device so that we can use anything that we come across spell-wise. Stacking elemental overflow with mutagen along with any other effect that raises ability scores will make you unstoppable. That's the idea. That's the idea. The question is, what else can I get that even helps me here? I can get extra wild talents. We are going to go ahead and grab greater dispel focus because I do have the ability to do that. And as for our first spells, we can grab shield. We can grab expeditious retreat, which just boosts our speed. Enlarge person. Cure light wounds, I guess. True strike. There we go. Drunken master for max AC and attack. I'm good with this. I like the theme of this. We're just doubling down on our abilities. I like this. Let's see how many levels we can get out of this. You can learn all the other spells from scrolls. That's the idea. All right. And now we have our first one. I don't think we get... Hold on. Downsize this. We do have mutagen. We get the persistent mutagen here. So we just need to look for... Where's the... Do we not get it yet? Yeah, not until level 12. Okay, okay. Cast your spells on others, otherwise they're self-only. Yes, I would like to get that as well. Infusion. There we go. All alchemist extracts behave exactly like spells of the same name when considering targets and range. Yep. And none of these matter. None of these matter at all. I guess reduce person. Stone fist. I mean, I guess I could put that on... No, because that's unarmed only. It doesn't actually help against, with natural weapons. So I guess just grab reduce person. Doesn't really matter. This section is 3. Snapshot, additional trade. What else have we got? I am going to try and be in melee more now that I have a teleportation ability, but what else do we have? Dispel synergy, dodge, extra discovery, extra wild talent, faint, greater fortitude. Honestly, grabbing the various... Hold on. Grabbing the... Oh, toughness. I'm entirely built around HP. Yes, please, give me toughness. Okay, I don't need any more level 1 spells, game. I don't need any more level 1 spells. We're good. We're good on the level 1 spells. Level 4. I get another stat point. We are now at a con of 30. Enhanced potion. When they drink it, it functions as a caster level equal to their class level. Extend potion. Any potion that you drink functions at twice its normal duration. That is also good. Barrel, mutagen, focusing attack, iron guts. +1 bonus on saves against poison. And +4 against all spells that cause to be nauseated or sickened. That's good. Remember, you need at least 16 int to cast all the alchemical spells. My int baseline is 14, and it goes up to 18 with legend, so we're already good. What else do we have? What else do we have? If you take feral mutagen, you can get mutagen wings later. Helps with defense. I'm thinking that that would be a good idea as well. How many of these do we get? Like, how many discoveries do we get? Oh, we get a lot. We get like 10 of them. I do not see why sneak attack wouldn't work with kinetic blast. A sneak attack works with spells that have an attack roll. Feral mutagen gives you a bite attack, which is also nice. I'm trying to see how many of these we're going to need. So we definitely need greater and grand mutagen, so that's 2. I do want to get dispelling attack because that'll double down on our ability to dispel things. And, oh, and with dispelling attack, I don't have to worry about keeping one of my infusions on, which will reduce the burn cost. We just can't get it yet. We need advanced talents or sneaky tricks. What? How do I get those? Is that in here? No, those are feats. Not combat. Okay, well, forget it. We'll figure it out if we need that later. Let's go ahead and grab the feral mutagen. Oh, and while the mutagen is in effect, gain a +2 bonus on competency bonus for persuasion skill check to intimidate. That'll also help. All right, now we have the next level. So let me see here. Blur is always good. Level 5 Vivisectionist. Boom, 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 boom. What else do we have? What else do we have? Back to back. Coordinated defense, coordinated maneuvers. There was something... I'm thinking... I'm not really seeing... We could grab wings here, but I'd rather save the feet. I'm thinking we should grab the other saving throw abilities. So, Iron Will is probably our best choice. Gotta go pick up my car, see you in a bit. No problem, Lord Brownbear, no problem. Let's see. Protection from arrows sounds like a good idea. Maximum of 100 points of range damage from worth of damage being reduced from range attacks is always nice. Especially since enemy sneak attack archers tend to be the main thing that causes me problems. Next level. Again, I don't... Advanced talent, sneaky trait. Does that show up at like a higher level? Am I missing something here? Ah, okay, so you can't select it till after level 10. I see. I see. Okay, that's why it's there. All right. Feral Wings. Under the effects of the Feral Mutagen, the Alchemist gains bat-like wings that give them a +3 dodge bonus to AC against melee attacks and immunity to the effects of difficult terrain. There we go. We can also grab Bark Skin for additional AC in combat. Combat Trick is more combat feats. Yeah, I figured. We don't really need that many more combat feats, though. We're pretty good on that. In fact, let me go down. We should have access, yes, to improved Iron Will, even more will saves, because that is one of our main issues. I don't think we need any fortitude save bonuses. I have such a high constitution that I've already got massive bonuses there. Let's grab displacement. We'll also grab haste next level. Yep, Vivisectionist level 8, another point in con. So hold on, 8, 12, 16, 20. So yes, we will max out con at 34. Let's see what else we got. Extend potion and enhance potion. I think that would actually make a lot of sense. If I do have to drink a potion, having it be equal to my caster level is quite nice. And extend will actually allow some of those lower level potions to be used because they'll actually be useful. Grab haste. Level 9. Let me see here. I'm thinking we should, if we are going to be fighting more in melee, blind fight and the others would be very useful. What you can do now before leveling up is scribe all the scrolls in your inventory so you know which spells you're missing. I mean, I guess. I don't think I can exit out of this screen. Once you start leveling up, Nomato, if you exit out, it just resets you back to when you first entered the level up screen. You can't go in between levels. It doesn't let you. We'd have to start all over again. So truthfully, I don't really care. At least not enough to waste time on that. What else have we got? What else have we got? Improved precise shot. I don't need that. Well, wait. Your range attacks ignore the mischance granted targets by anything less than total concealment. Total concealment provides a normal benefits against range attack. That might actually be a decent idea. Between that and blind fight, we should be pretty good as far as... Well, actually, the one thing I would like... Grab extend spell. Lasts twice as long as normal, because we do still count as a level 20 spellcaster by the end. So that will double the length of any of our buffs. We're also going to grab... Let me see here. We have see invisibility on a couple of people, actually. Let's grab protection from arrows communal. 10 alchemist. There we go. Okay, we now have access to these as well. Don't have access to the next level of mutagen, so let's go ahead and grab dispelling attack. We'll go ahead and grab death ward so I can cast it on myself. There we go, level 11. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see here. Yeah, I think I'll go ahead and start grabbing the blind fight feats because we have We're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more feats. So this should cover all of our blind fight needs. That way, if we're anywhere in melee, we're gonna be able to see through pretty much anything that they have. Beast shape, elemental body, greater invisibility. Alchemist sectionist. We're now at con 32. So I have 36 and 40. I could swap out the 2 remaining points of con for another point of to get another upgrade to dex, which would improve our initiative as well. Maybe, or should I think I should just go heavy on the con. More health is more health, which keeps me alive. There we go, greater mutagen. Echolocation, that's not a bad idea. This gives you blind sight to a range of 50 feet. Yeah. Between that, true seeing, and blind fight itself, we should be capable of hitting just about anything, no matter what kind of protections it has. Another level. What else have we got? What else have we got? Or be... Ooh. Whenever you make a targeted dispel check against an opponent, that opponent must succeed at a fortitude save equal to 10 plus your caster level, or half your caster level plus casting ability modifier, or be stunned until the start of your next turn. If the save succeeds, they are instead sickened for 1 round. That is actually really good. We're going to go ahead and grab that. We'll go ahead and grab spell resistance. Level 14. Boom, boom, boom. What else do we have? What else do we have? Iron Guts, nauseating flesh. Any creature that bites the alchemist will make a fortitude saving throw or be nauseated. Preserve organs. 25% chance that the critical hit or sneak attack is negated and the damage is rolled normally. Yes, we have been hit so many times by sneak attacks that have dealt a shit ton of damage to us. None of these are really that good for my build. We'll go ahead and grab another casting of Stone Skin Communal, so I don't have to worry as much about other people casting that. Level 15. We're almost there. It's possible to hit caster level 28 with a legend if you build for it. Yeah, but we also don't have extended spells, so it's not like we can get them permanent anyways. I just want to have, you know, a good setup. Unfortunately, I don't really cast spells on enemies, so Dispel Synergy isn't going to work very well for me, unfortunately. Let's go ahead with Improved Blind Fight. Get that taken care of. We're still on level 4 spells. Beast Shape isn't going to help. Polymorph isn't going to help. Elemental Body isn't going to help. Beast Shape isn't going to help. Ugh. Go ahead and grant me False Life Greater. Even just having a few temporary hit points can help out when dealing with the fact that Kineticist tanks their own hit point pool. Level 16. All right, so now we have to choose. Do we want another... Ooh. If we go for another point of Dex, that would help with our accuracy, or we can go with a point of Con. We have enough attribute points left that by the end of the game we can get another +1. The Con means more burn, the Con means more health. It's not the worst idea, honestly. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for it. We're just gonna go down that list. Boom, boom, boom. Crippling Strike, Extend Potion, Mummification. Has mastered preserving flesh and applied this knowledge to their own body, turning into an undead-like creature. The alchemist type does not change, but they are now immune to cold, paralysis, and sleep. Yes. Congratulations. There goes 3 things that I don't have to worry about at all. Heal, always a good idea. Transformation, +4 enhancement bonus, which is not as good. Natural armor bonus does go up. Your base attack equals your character level, which isn't going to change much. Walk through space. Teleport up to 30 feet is a move action. I already have the ability to teleport up to 25 feet as a swift action, so no, I'm good. Let's grab heal. Having some backup healing is never a bad idea. There we go. So we are at level 36. We still have 3 more levels we can pick up. We now get 6 attacks on our Kineticist. We now have 726 hit points before we apply burn. Holy shit. Our intelligence sits at an 18, wisdom at 28, charisma at 17, strength at 15. Good lord. This is good. All right, let's actually get moving. Time to go. Need to figure out where we... Ooh, we have a lot of stuff we need to do. Part of me wants to beeline do I get my armies back if I go save the queen? Because I kind of want my armies back. I had the good armies going. I had really good armies going, and I'm now really annoyed that I don't have them. And the fact that she might have gotten them all killed is... Now you can fight dretches and cultists in the market square? No. It's pretty... If there are still dretches and cultists there, then that means the guard of Cadabras did a shit poor job. Ooh. Banish. Banishes demon and elemental units for the target army with a total value of 500 times mythic rank. So that's 1,500 right now. Each victory adds 10 days to the time the banner of victory stays great. Well, unfortunately, we just... I don't think there are any... There are some armies here near the Heart of Mystery. There's another one down to the south. Oh, and a bunch of them over here. Holy shit. Okay. We need to get our armies back up and running is the problem. What else is there? Mass teleportation moves the target army to a point on the global map that is unoccupied by enemies. Nice. Call to arms. Add units to the total army, chosen randomly from units already present in the army. That's still pretty good. All units. So these are obviously not as good because we lost. We only count as a mythic 3. And that's kind of bullshit that this is mythic 3, but you don't get this ability. That's kind of really fucking annoying. If you're going to classify me as 3, you may as well give me the abilities, damn it. Oh, did I lose? Wait. I lost Always a Chance. What the fuck? Always a Chance was my second choice. Why did I lose that? Well, fuck. Okay. No, but it triggers the Dance of Mass DLC that is OP. The Mythic Army thing. Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of different Mythic Army ones. My armies are gone. There's like nothing left that's actually useful. 6 hour. Okay, so we're still waiting on them to get back. All right, so what can we do around Dresden is the question. There is the Hell Knight outpost. We do need to go there. There is... we could get back to the old Sarkorian mines to look for Captain Sealkind. We can't do anything about these guys. Look at the size of these armies. Okay, I've got to be able to get my troops back because holy shit. Call to arms, it allows mythic unit stacking. Now, that's true, 500 times mythic rank, which is only going to be 1,500, but it's still better than nothing. It resets after 15 days. The problem is the only mythic unit I have access to right now is the Yama Azadas, and they're not actually that good as a frontline unit. Okay, firstly, we don't have any... God damn it, I should have picked champions. I know I picked the Houndmasters because I wanted to see what Ulbrig's choice was, but God, I should have picked champions. They don't hold the line very well, but they hit hard. It also works on normal units. I know. Hardened veterans. Oh. Guardians of the Mendevian throne who descend from the best noble families and received excellent military education. The very presence on the battlefield inspires the army. Unit has a 20% chance to deal 150% damage with a critical hit. Unfortunately, they're expensive as all hell. Good lord. For the price of one hardened veteran, I can afford 16 marksmen. Good God. Well, get those marksman numbers up. We're going to need them. Well, the thing is, though, the Yama Azadas, I'd be much better off getting, like, more regular infantry. Yes, increase our reserve numbers now. Same thing with the Babaus. All right, I guess join these together until... No, where's the... No, they're in the same spot. Let me... There we go. Just fuse these together until I get Setsuna back. All right, teleport back to Dresden. Oh. I didn't realize we could run into random encounters through teleportation. That's a new one. What the hell?
Brothers, sisters, I'm having a vision. I see her. I see the holy martyr. There she is, standing before me as if she were alive, just like in her sacred image.
A dirty, exhausted fighter in rusted armor jabs his finger at Ember, staring at her so intently that his eyes seem to almost bulge out of their sockets.
Toil, look over there. It's definitely her. Don't be ridiculous. Oh my god, I see her too. Is that the commander?
A heavy-set female tiefling with broken horns and a convict brand on her cheek takes a hesitant step towards you.
It is them. I swear by the holy tears of the martyr, they're real.
Terta the bricklayer, who once stormed into your room to tell you Ember had been abducted, looks at you in awe.
What are you talking about? I'm not a vision. I'm alive.
Instead of answering, Toil falls to their knees before Ember, and the others follow her example.
Oh, what are you doing? Stand up. Stand up now.
We'll do whatever the holy martyr asks of us,
The knight said. Oh, dear God. Where are you going?
We are going to the unholy altar of Baphomet, the one shattered by the tears of Ember the righteous. The surviving Templars, led by the demon Thasgarad, decided that it was time to repair it and start offering sacrifices again. They started with our former cultists. They keep them captive and kill them one by one. We can't abandon our own people. We're heading there to free them and shatter the altar to dust while we're at it, along with the demons and all of his minions. I won't lie to you, Commander. We could use the help. We've no time to gather reinforcements. Every hour we delay could mean a death sentence to our brothers and sisters. If you and the preacher decide to help us, we'd be grateful to the end of our days.
Razmir is seething right now, new living god. So the game is named after Ember's wrath. I guess so.
If not, we'll have to handle it on our own.
We'll help. We'll help, won't we?
Why are you calling her the holy martyr?
Everyone knows that Ember perished in the abyss along with the commander and her other disciples and thus became a martyr. Well, at least that's what we thought until today.
We really were in the abyss, but we're back now.
What do you mean by disciples? Since when am I her disciple? No, calm down. It's just Ember. We already know this has nothing to do with Ember's pride or ego.
What happened to your horns? I broke them.
The woman touches an uneven stump with her finger.
I'm a human, not a demon, no matter what they say. I'm human.
Well, first of all, you're a tiefling. But yes, you're mortal. That's the more important part. And I appreciate it. But flagellation and self-harm is not the right way to go about this. And I'm sure Ember would tell you exactly that. Were you called a demon because you're a tiefling?
Being a tiefling's only half the problem. The real problem is I did the more evil you do in life, the less good is expected of you. If you stole yesterday, you're expected you'll steal tomorrow. After all, isn't that fair? But if everyone treats you like garbage, all you can ever be is garbage. What other choice do you have? And if a thief has horns on their head, everyone knows what that means. They're nothing but a demon. What else could they be? I used to rob and kill. I was convicted, sentenced to hard labor, escaped, started over. I thought there was no other path. If honest people refuse to accept me, I don't owe them anything. I've done too much evil to try and repent. I lived like a demon in the abyss, nothing but evil in my past and my future. But then I ran into these guys, praying for a demon's salvation. At first I laughed, but then it hit me. What if I really do have a choice? What if there's something else in this life beyond this never-ending nightmare? I spoke with those who had seen Ember in the flesh, listened to those who had recited her sermons from memory, and then I broke my own horns. And with that, I broke away from my former life.
Well, thank you for coming back. I'm really happy for you. For all of you.
A warm smile lights up the ex-convict's tough, weathered face.
It is I who must thank you. You brought me back from the abyss. You brought me back to humanity.
Ember is the kind of person who sits down, whose player in an actual role-playing game is the guy who sits down at the table and just role-plays the hell out of it, and whose dice don't give him anything except nat 20s on every charisma roll.
We haven't even met before. How could I be to thank for changing your life? Maybe my words helped a little, but you did the most important part yourself.
Terta, what are you doing in here?
Well, you spared me before, though I deserve nothing but death. I vowed to dedicate my life to you to help spread the teachings of our little preacher among the people. Fortunately, I was not alone.
All right. I'll come to your aid. Don't worry. That's just good min-maxing. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of both. It's like the first couple of times it's because he built the character properly and he's really good at convincing people. And then the DM started to notice that no matter what happens, the rolls keep happening high whenever Ember tries to do something related to their charisma rolls. Ember being a cult leader by accident.
Thank you, Commander. With both you and Ember the righteous on our side, we cannot lose. Bless us, O righteous one.
I'm not a goddess to dole out blessings, but I wish for your success.
Ember smiles broadly. Great, now we need to go help them. Oh, God.
Here we go.
Oh, so much for stopping off in Dresden. Where are these guys heading? They're gonna get themselves slaughtered if we don't go there. Hell Knight Outpost. I know it was down... There it is, Baphomet Shrine. We can't teleport for a day, unfortunately. If I'd known that, I would have just... okay, so... I mean, I guess we could just walk. Yeah, it takes just around a day anyways. Oh, right, we'll have to rest when we get there, won't we? Yeah, we're gonna have to rest when we get there. Oh, another unavoidable encounter! Oh, God. Call to arms. I know. I need to do it. I keep forgetting.
I can handle it.
Who did we run into here? The ghost again?
We meet again. I will ask you a question. Ask me a question and I will answer. The second question is more complex. The answer will be more difficult. Let me share a memory. You must tell me what you see.
For a moment, the world around you ceases to exist. You find yourself surrounded by thin, delicate mist, and a green light ripples through it, illuminating the silhouettes of people, buildings, hills, ocean waves, animals, and trees. You see them briefly as they take shape, but they vanish almost as quickly as they appear. There is something else with you in the mist, something that doesn't disappear. Menacing, elongated shadows rush towards you from all sides, and then the vision fades, image flickering out of existence. The answer is simple. The vision showed you the ethereal plane, and you saw astro demons hunting down souls trying to reach the court of Pharasma. Astro demons, stealing souls in the ethereal plane.
All it takes is a little knowledge to begin your journey. By answering the question correctly, you have taken the next step to acquiring the knowledge. The heart of mystery is now open to you. Solve the riddle. Continue forward. The secrets of creation will be revealed to the one most worthy. Do not give up the search.
After you give your answer, you hear a strange noise like a ringing bell. The sound reverberates in the air.
My time is almost at an end. Quick! Ask me a question before the spell takes effect again!
What is the point of all these puzzles and riddles? And there's the ad. All right, we'll finish this up once I get back. I'm gonna go run to the restroom real fast and we'll continue in a moment. All right, I'm back. I do like the ominous music that they play with the ghosts. Come on, finish up, Twitch.
I can't answer that question. I'm forced to be a part of this. I don't know the purpose of it. The power that binds me wants adventurers to solve the riddles, that's all I know. I'm supposed to tell them that my questions are a test to see if they're worthy. In reality, it's nothing more than bait, meant to lure adventurers to the reward that awaits them in the heart of mystery.
The ghost barely finishes his sentence before another burst of magical energy surges through him and he disappears with a scream.
Can't make the demons wait.
Gotta remember to bring Nenio with me when I actually go solve the rest of these once we get all the parts for them. Is there anything else around here? Doesn't look like it. Oh. What's that? Oh, random bullshit.
Beautiful.
What even was that? Oh, medicinal herb petals. That's what those were. All right, yeah, let's get, now wait a second. How does this work exactly? That's damage. That's replenish for energy. That's mass teleportation. That's banish. Call to arms gives 1,500 points. The unit type is chosen randomly from the units that are already present in the army. So if I want to up the chance of getting more marksmen, which are my best unit, I need to split these guys back up again for a second. Nope. And then send you guys over here so you don't interfere with this. There we go. Call to arms. Go. Now we have 100 champions and 137 marksmen. There we go. That's much better. Put you guys back in here. I guess we already hired the marksman. Cuirassiers, hedge knights. If I get my clerics back, I would like to have more ready on standby. Same thing with my paladins and my houndmasters. I don't even remember hiring many of you. Let's see if we can find some better mercenaries. More clerics. Works for me. There we go. And that's about it. All right, so we've got the basics of an army again. Let's keep working on that. Setsuno will be back shortly, I believe. Yes, there we go. All right, Setsuno back in action. He can now carry 6 units, which means we can go ahead and merge everybody into this formation. Clerics in the back, champions up front. There we go. Don't forget that you can retrain. Yeah, once I get the ability to do so. Because I don't think it's updated the list yet. No, it has not. I think it takes like a day or two before the units you dismiss are able to come back. Okay, travel to the fort, rest here. Go with this.
It must be a lot of fun living in a tribe. Like one big family.
People watching your every move, sticking their noses into your business, telling you how to live. Yes, it was fun, fun, fun.
You know that's not what she meant, Wendu. Be nice to Ember. You have it in its stacks, it just hasn't showed up yet. Yeah, I know. There it is. Yeah, see, reserve 720. All right, Baphomet Shrine. Let's go deal with that. None of the demon armies moved, so we should be good.
I see them. Look, there they are. A demon, and Toil is there standing right in front of him. She doesn't seem scared at all.
Bring them to me. Lord Baphomet will be pleased, especially once he sees the blood of the apostates.
Yes, Almighty Thasgarad. Do you really think you could just walk away from the cult? You belong to us. No one will save you. Not gods, not people, not even your weak little preacher. Those poor Templar continue to serve Baphomet. They do so many terrible things and don't understand that they can stop. They still don't understand even when people who manage to mend their ways are standing right in front of them. They must be very stupid.
Wow, Ember, that's the closest you've ever come to being mean.
Let's go over there. The redeemed knights can't hold out for long. They need our help. And those stupid Templars. Ugh, how can I make them see that they're wrong?
You still want to persuade the rest of them?
I just don't want anyone to die. Each time we have to kill someone, that's not a victory. It's a defeat. We lost someone who could have been a friend. I mean, I know this is war and that killing happens as part of it, but
I try to save everyone that I can. There is a warm glow in her eyes, embers radiating literal goodness, but also such a steadfastness that it's clear few people will find the words to contradict her.
Forward, slaves of Baphomet! Prove to your master that you are worthy of him.
Hold fast, redeemed. Do not take a single step back. We have no right to lose this battle. Ember taught us to win despite fear and pain and despair. This situation is scary and desperate beyond belief. That means we have to win. Don't give up. We're on our way.
All right, good. You're giving me a chance to actually get people set up properly first. Hold on. Ember,
So
don't
does
you
Restless.
have...
I wonder
Yes,
why.
give me Heroic Invocation. That's 10 minutes per level. Nice. Just put that on everybody.
My will is resolute.
Any day now. Cast the spell. There we go. True Seeing Community.
We'll win this, one way or
Yep,
the
I
other.
have no spells left anymore. Good. I am sitting at 39 Constitution. Holy shit. I can take up to 19 burn. I start with 768 fucking hit points. I actually could health tank
see
if
what we
need
can
be
do.
now. Oh,
Lord Baphomet, smite these pitiful freaks.
Baphomet, poor Baphomet, do you really hear us? And I beg you, stop making these good people hurt each other.
Baphomet, hear our words. We mean no harm to you or these good people. Enough of war. Let us pray for peace. You're praying for Baphomet's salvation. They've truly gone insane. Maybe I've been insane.
oh. Oh, all of them except the demons sided with us. Okay, that makes things easier. Baphomet currently sulking in the rift or whatever it's called. Yeah. Well, he's back in his main plane because he has to die again in order to be truly destroyed. When do I blend this, man? Thank you. Oh, more of them?
Lunchtime. Dine upon mortal flesh.
Hello.
With a carefree smile, Ember waves at the demons.
I remember you. We met in the Purple City.
She looks at one of the demons, a frail-looking creature whose horns have been broken off.
How are your wounds? Are you all healed up?
It's that lunatic from Alushanira. The crazy mortal who preached to us. Yeah, it's all right with her. You know what? Go ahead and slit my throat, eat me, do whatever you want. I ain't gonna kill her.
Join our side and put an end to this war.
That's right. Demons and mortals, we can be friends.
Health tanking is a very bad idea. I know it's a bad idea, Run It. I'm saying that I'm about as close as I can be to even being possible. I have DR20 thanks to the eyepiece that I'm wearing and over 700 health. That's about as close as you can get.
I am a succubus, and I managed to save myself from the corruption of the abyss. You can as well.
She's right. What is the point of never-ending slaughter? Keep fighting this whole world if you want. I'm done. Screw the invasion, screw the world wound, and screw Baphomet twice over. Are you crazy? I'm gonna make you wish you never said that. Well, then try it and kill me. Life in the abyss is no life. The girl was right. I'd rather live 5 minutes among mortals than return there with you scum. Peace with mortals. Down with Baphomet.
Thank you, friends. We won't let anyone hurt you.
This is the point where it's just nat 20 after nat 20 and the DM is pulling his hair out. Like, how? How?
Thank you, little preacher, for opening our eyes.
The demon turns to her former allies and bares her teeth.
Who wants to be the first to attack a demon crusader?
Well, it would have helped if we'd been a bit closer, because now you're about to get attacked by all these guys, and the Babao, the Templar, the Brimarack, and the Merilith versus the greater mythic Calavacus, the Merilith, and more. Okay, well, go after the Merilith, Gwendu.
This kill is
Ooh,
for
good hit
you.
with that. Let's go ahead and activate the buff. Give me death from above. What are we dealing with here? 460 hit points, 275, 50, and 131. Go for the Calavacus Marauder and see if you can take him out. There we go. And then immediately take out that. Good. Now we're down to 2 targets. Aru. Just move forward firstly. And attack.
Desna, guide my hand.
That did not help. That did not help. Why did you throw a fireball? Banshee's Wail, when it's her turn, yes. Give me a second. Oh god, my list is still insane. Oh god, it's so big that I can't see the top of it to get rid of it. Look at this shit. Look at this goddamn shit. I can't select the top. It can't be closed. Oh God, I'm gonna have to actually organize this. Oh no. Where's my teleportation ability? That's what I'm looking for. Where is it? There it is. Unfortunately, it's only 25 feet. But it's still better than not. I can't get rid of this. Okay, good. The escape button causes it to go down. Thank Christ. All right, turn off Unraveling Infusion. We don't need that. We're gonna go for a quickened... Really? That only reduces it by 1. Okay. Oh, right, because quickened is 3. I forgot about that. If that's the case, just give me a... Oh, I still have my move action, right? Because I used the teleportation. Right. So if I do that, there we go. Let me see here. So that's a quickened, maximized. If I go for the long range blast on the Merilith. Oh, wait, I still have to use gather power for that. Right. So hold on. Just use quickened. Give me an extended range. No, give me an extended range. No extra damage. Still dealt 241. Perfect. Perfect. Then I want to maximize, do all that, give me that. Why can't I? No actions left to use this ability. Oh, right. Quicken spell makes it a swift action and I already used the teleportation. Okay, okay. I need to get used to this. Fair enough. That's on me. That's on me. But I can still move, which means I can get up on this person. This'll Soul, Enslave. Oh, really? She also gets Dispelling Strikes? Ow! Dick. Ember, Selective Wail of the Banshee, please. Ember? I told you to... Full round? Oh, because it's meta magic. Shit. Fuck. God damn it. All right, fine. Hellfire Ray. Down he goes. Oh, would you look at that? She actually hit things. And I'm staggered. Fuck you, game.
Fall.
Good hit. Windowalk.
I'll rip you apart.
There we go.
Here we go.
That's why I don't play spontaneous casters. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I feel like a chosen one.
All right, how much damage did I take? A lot. I took a lot. Where is my kinetic heal? Okay, I can heal myself for 78 for a cost of burn, which is not bad. Just need to, honestly, now that I have teleportation, I need to be closer to the front line, even if it's just by a little bit. So what I'm gonna do here is I want Social and his boar at the very front. Wenduog over here, Olbrig over here, Arushale and Ember down here.
I can handle it.
There we go. All right, let's get up there. Oh wow, I've still taken a lot of damage. Social, you mind giving me a hand here? Oh, and he also dispelled my True Seeing. Wait, why does Ember not have True Seeing? Why does Olbrig not have... No, he does. Why is... No, she does have it. Oh my god. Okay, it's just him.
Trust in yourself.
I don't remember if I had it on anybody else. Apparently not.
Let me help.
So what I will ask for you, Socio, actually...
What's going on here?
I forgot to... I was like, where are my spells? I didn't actually slot any in... I didn't actually slot any of the spells that I learned. Well, we're gonna want Shield. Expeditious Retreat is always good for movement speed. In fact, it's probably the best thing still on here. So, and that lasts for 1 minute per level and 1 minute per level. And then we want Blur. We want Bark Skin. And Protection from Arrows. No. There we go. Displacement. That one we need probably a lot of. One thing of haste. One thing of protection from arrows. Invisibility greater. Death ward. Echolocation. False life. Spell resistance. Spell resistance. Stone skin can be. And here we go. Quick learn 32 scrolls. Let's do that after we finish this, because it's not like I can use my spells right now anyways. Ember? Where are you going? Oh. Stop! The elf's sonorous voice echoes over the battlefield. All present, Crusaders, Templars, even demons, begin to lower their weapons and turn to her in surprise.
Listen to me. I was born the year this war began. I know nothing about it, but my father told me that good people were going on a crusade to save the world from demons. So we went, and then my father died. But it wasn't demons who killed him. He was killed by good knights who thought we were cultists. That's stupid, right?
Ember laughs, but tears roll down her cheeks. Oh god, is Ember actually having to like face, like has it finally clicked in her head what actually happened to her and her father? Are we about to have a total mental breakdown while also convincing the demons to stop fighting?
I've watched many years of good people dying stupidly in a stupid war. They die from disease, from hunger, from weapons. They kill each other because demons order them to, out of suspicion, out of fear. Maybe. The demons keep coming here from the abyss, and what do they get? A scrap of a wasteland and a quick death at the end of a crusader's blade. The world wound has brought no good to anyone. Not the crusaders, not the cultists, not the demons. So let's close it, together, and end this war.
Don't listen to this mortal fool. Bring me her head.
Ember can have a mental breakdown, but I don't think it'll happen to your play. I'm assuming you have to keep picking all the evil dialogue options when you talk to her, and that's what causes her to have a breakdown.
We don't have to fight, repent, end this war. As she says, you have the power in your own hands to do so. Don't be ridiculous. Does anyone need me to repeat my orders? I will devour the soul of any who dares to raise a weapon against me, and I'll start with the traitors. I no longer wish to serve. Curse you and curse Baphomet. Down with Baphomet. Down with the Templars. If we die today, I'd rather die free or as a crusader. I will devour your bodies and souls, and I'll start with that little piece of fluff.
With a baleful glare at Ember, the demon raises his hands and a ball of ghostly fire begins to form between them. Oh ho ho! I guess it worked!
Get your paws off, you scaly filth.
Emerging out of nowhere, Nocticula moves but a single finger, and the demon begins to writhe in pain. As she glances down upon the battlefield with interest.
What do we have here? The preaching of a barefoot little beggar stops an entire battle, causes sinners to repent, and turns demons to the side of good. How very interesting. I confess, girl, your words failed to impress me in Alushinira, but your deeds, they are intriguing.
The demon lord glances down at the redeemed demons at your back.
You rebels, what does this mean?
Do you fear a mortal more than Baphomet, Discari, and all the lords of the Abyss who will be displeased by your betrayal?
No, Lady in Shadow.
The voice of the demon is quiet, but firm.
We're not afraid of her. We're no longer afraid of anything. We've been afraid for our entire existence, but the mortal girl has healed fear. Kill us if you want. I will no longer follow anyone's orders.
The demon frowns, expecting a punishment, but never comes. Nocticula looks at you thoughtfully.
It is not often I come across things I do not understand. Would you be so kind as to explain what this girl thinks she's doing?
Call me a barefoot beggar always irks me. One of the first things I do when I meet her is give her boots.
She's already explained everything.
She said to you, everything you last met.
I recall a great deal of crying, of sniffling, of incoherent rambling between sobs. What exactly was she supposed to explain? Child, What is this supposed to mean? How do you make even hardened scoundrels, blasphemers, murderers with blood dripping from their hands repent? What makes even a demon who scarcely crawled out of the abyss take your side?
Again, this is this is the DM tearing his hair out, going, you shouldn't be able to do this. Why are the dice letting you do this?
The Redeemer Queen. Hi. Thank you for protecting me.
Ember smiles and waves at Nocticula, who recoils. Ember low-key more powerful than a demon lord. Ember is the power of friendship in physical form, and damn it, she's gonna win this war.
Why are you asking? You already know the answer. You're just afraid to accept it. But you don't have to be afraid. That is nonsense, and don't you dare call me by that idiotic nickname. I am afraid of nothing. And third, do not think of me as your personal bodyguard from now on. The only reason I don't allow him to burn you is because I wanted to understand what is going on. And interrogating a pile of ashes is a trifle inconvenient. You don't seriously think that your sickly sweet whining would make me relinquish my demon lord title, do you?
Hey, comrade, welcome. It's actually a trickster thing. Understanding that the world works through some mysterious thing called dice, and you get a special rig set for yourself. Oh, really? They actually addressed that. That's kind of funny. Her outfit probably costs more than people make in their life. I mean, at this point it does. If you build her right. Yep. Nocticula and her poor excuses. That is what it's sounding like, isn't it?
You already know. I told you, Redeemer Queen. I see you're not the same as you were in the Purple City. You've already changed. What in the name of all that is unholy?
The demoness rolls her eyes.
What was I thinking? What kind of answers could I expect from a feeble-minded creature?
I like the new title, Redeemer Queen.
The next person who calls me that risks being acquainted with a collection of torture implements.
So how did you know what was going on?
I have eyes everywhere, and I keep a close watch on you and your gang. I knew it. You sent your friends to look after me and to keep me from harm. I had a feeling they were protecting me. Protecting? Who do you think you are, you mortal idiot? If you want, go and jump off this cliff head first. I won't lift a finger to save you.
Trickster has a mythic ability that turns every nat 1 into a nat 20, and a spell that makes you roll only nat 20s for a few seconds, and has a d20 as its icon. Oh dear.
But you already did save me, just now.
Nocticula, you're failing. Again, this is the DM just short-circuiting and desperately trying to resolve this situation, but the player is walking circles around him.
For the first and last time in your short and meaningless life.
So why did you come here?
I asked myself that same question. I wanted to understand why hardened murderers and demons would suddenly start eating out of an insane beggar's hand. But what's the use in trying to understand the ravings of a lunatic? The only reward for my curiosity is a headache.
At worst, Ember is trolling Nocticula. At best, Ember is destroying her, and it is fully unintentional. Yes, that is why I like Ember. Is she a total Mary Sue? Yes, but if you're going to make a Mary Sue, commit to the bit. And it helps if the character themselves has no concept of what's going on. Delusional and commit to the bit, and you can actually make a Mary Sue character work. Well, since you're already here, why don't you give us a hand?
As if! Do your own fighting.
And with a contemptuous snort, she disappears. Ember, meanwhile, happily claps her hand.
She's a good queen. She pretends not to understand, but I think she understands everything.
Her laughter is interrupted by the growl of the demon who has finally recovered.
Looks like everyone's brains here have already melted. It doesn't matter. I'm strong enough to devour you all. Glory to Baphomet and death to the mortals.
What have we got here? Templar, Tazgarod, a Merilith, another Templar. Oh, really? I thought these guys went to our side. Oh well, I guess not. Maybe I fucked it up. That would be my luck. Wendewog, 5 foot step forward if you would please, and target him. What is his AC? I don't even see him on the initiative. Can I...
They'll beg me to stop.
Where we at? Flat-footed of 35. Oh yeah, we got no problem with that. Deadly aim.
No match for me.
Get fucked. Well, he'll get up next turn, but we don't have to worry about that. Wait. Huh. So she can shoot that guy. She can shoot that guy. But if she tries to shoot the Templar, then she doesn't get her full round attack action, which is annoying. It's fine. Go ahead and give me Sense Vitals real fast, please. And Focus Fire. Marilith is 416. 47. 499. 75. All right, shoot the Marilith.
Make your peace.
All right, Marilith is moving in. Immediately takes out one of our guys. Fireball spell failed. Oh, sorry about that. My amulet's probably gonna fuck with your spell casting. Sorry, my bad. Ooh, that's gonna put him right next to that guy. How much health does he have again? 499. You know what? Yeah, go for it. Ulbrig. Get some damage on him. Oh, they're running away. Well, some of them are. Divine Weapon Bond, and you didn't attack. God damn it. The Marilith didn't do anything. Okay. Fine by me, I guess. Okay, I need to put this on my bar somewhere. We also need... No, not that one. Dexterity and Constitution. Yes. Then I need you to drop that over here. There we go. Oh, cool. If I teleport, I can get melee attacks on her. Works for me. Sup? Let me just go ahead and maximize. Good. Maximize, empowered, 6 attacks.
Are you still here?
Oh, get fucked. Glorious. Strong enough to devour everyone here? Nah, you ain't. Correct. Ember. You're kind of useless from up there. I'm not gonna lie. Can you cast? Yeah, you're kind of useless from up there. Let's go with a selective Wail of the Banshee, maybe? Center it right there? No? Center it right there? There we go. 190 damage to the Templar, 190 damage to the Templar, overcomes the spell resistance, but he made the fortitude save. Okay. Still, that got rid of his side units. Social. I have you move forward. Up. And then I want you to Vision of Madness skill checks on him to try and decrease his AC. And then I want you to attack.
I will bring down the divine wrath.
Good. He didn't do anything. That's awkward. Such a cool animation for such a mid-spell. All right, he got up. He's ow, fucking breath weapons. God above. I hate that. I really do. Wendwog, blend him again. Blend him a second time.
Name. Wendwag.
Good shot, Wendwog. Thank you.
I will resist.
Arushalite. There we go. Her playthrough is a Tiefling Paladin of Sararay, Tortured Crusader archetype. Angel, Mythic Path, Mythic Magic
people.
Mayhem to merge
We've
Angel Spell
saved
with
many
Paladin.
people.
Nice.
These knights came here to kill each other, but instead, they became friends.
Musing, Ember stares out upon the battlefield.
Everyone is praising me, but I know I did nothing special. I just reminded them of something they already knew.
Windowag, slap his pee-pee. No, it's blend his balls. That is, she is using throwing axes with Tenwin. It is blend his balls.
And those demons. Back in the Purple City, they laughed at my words, but
Mythic
I
Magic
saw
Mayhem
they
is a
were
mod. I
listening.
figured as much. If it was
I
allowing you to
believed they would
merge
one day
Angel and
remember my
Paladin
words and
spells, then yeah,
understand
that
them.
would make sense.
And it happened. If humans can stop being evil, so can demons. Even demon lords like the Redeemer Queen.
You really think Narticula's on the path of good?
Of course. She is very proud. She'd never say it out loud. But I see that she has changed. You know, I pray to the demon lords every day and ask them to come to their senses. Daskari and Baphomet don't listen to me, but she's different. I know she hears everything. Maybe one day, not soon, but one day, she will get out of the abyss.
And what about this redeemed brotherhood of yours?
Their numbers will increase. They will be joined by new people who have mended their ways. Good people who still think they have been abandoned and have no choice but to be evil. They'll help each other get out of the abyss, and they'll defeat those who have chosen to stay there. The redeemed knights want me to go with them, to teach and guide them. But I'll stay where I'm needed most, with you. These good knights think they need me, but they managed even when they believed I was dead. My words have shown them the right path, and that's good. Now they can save each other and themselves without me.
All right. Do you even know how you managed to convince an entire squad of cultists and demons to repent?
They weren't really cultists. They were good people who just got confused and started to think they were cultists. I just reminded them who they really are.
Well, another battle behind us. It's time we keep moving.
Wait, what do you think? About me? About these knights? About everything that's happened?
They're right to call you Saint Ember and Ember the Righteous. You're an enigma. I don't understand you at all. You're a fool who got lucky. Your father would be so proud of you.
My father. He was good. You would have been friends if he hadn't died. So many people I've loved have died. You're not going to die, are you?
Not anytime soon, Ember.
You've always been there for me. When I was scared and when I was doubtful, you supported me. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be long dead. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, that worked
Beautiful.
out surprisingly well. All right, strip the bodies. You know the deal. Breastplate, unholy long spear, the usual stuff. Nothing else of any real value? No. You guys got anything to say? A year ago, if someone had told me I'd be helping mortals, I'd have laughed my head off. The first time in my life, I feel free. And you have the same thing. Got all the other guys here. Crusaders. I'll pray to... Okay, people are even praying to Nocticula as the Redeemer Queen, not as the Lady of the Succubi. Stacking enchantment DC is fairly easy mid to late game. There's sources and options. That is the build that I do have for Ember is exactly that, if I recall correctly. Because it's like boost, enchantment spells, and then Ring of Chaotic Fascination, which gives a +2 to all enchantment spells. On saving throw, yeah, it gives you bonus saving throw. Glass Amulet of Clarity, which gives a +2 to DC for all saving throws for mind affecting abilities, which pretty much all enchantment spells are. Mastermind Eyes. These glass increase the save DCs of enchantment spells by 2. Remember, she gets some buff now, depending on how she reacted. Let me see here. Blackened, Mendevian Orphan, Abundant Casting, Ice Plant, Restraint, Sorcerer Reflex, Immunity to Fear. I don't know where that came. Secret of Serenity. Ember gains a +2 morale bonus to Charisma and a unique 9th level spell, the Secret of Serenity. As a standard action, Ember can use this ability to make all enemies in a 30-foot area become affected by the secret for a number of rounds equal to her caster level. Affected creature must pass a will saving throw each round or be unable to attack. Yep. And it has a... Oh, and it's an enchantment spell. So it pairs with all of her other abilities that I just listed off. And now it has a difficulty class of 41. And it's a will saving throw. Very nice. You can take a level in Crossblood and gain 2 DC. You know my opinion on random grabbing of levels. I don't like it. I don't. I know it's the min-max option. I know, but unless it's very well supported by the character's lore, I don't like it. I do not. Okay. So if I really want to get... I want to get Wenduog's quest finished, but that means, again, we need to build up our army and then be able to punch through all of this. So I'm thinking we're going to need to teleport back to Dresden and start building up our forces. We don't have a choice in the matter. So let me go ahead and enter Dresden. Go to the Citadel. We're probably going to spend the last 20 minutes of stream trying to build up our forces in preparation for that. and to be ready for when the demons inevitably try to march an army. Oh god, there's... Well, hello! The most unusual congregation of creatures imaginable has appeared before your eyes. We did not part on the best of terms in the abyss, Mephistopheles says without bothering to even greet you. But since then, you've changed. And you have changed your crusade, too. You have gotten rid of that unruly power of yours, the riffraff that swarmed around it like flies. Mortals rarely reject power voluntarily, which makes your achievement especially remarkable. I am impressed, and I stand ready to help you in the final push against the abyss. What? A similar angel with one demonic wing bows her head before you in greetings. Oh, Targona.
Greetings to you, Liberator. So many different forces have come to aid you in this last stand, and I knew I had to be one of them.
I wish I could see you, Targona, but Mephistopheles' wings are fucking ginormous. Oh, Haliceliax.
I will gladly help you, child, as I remember your kindness and purity of your thoughts. Guess who's back?
Ivu does a little dance, raising each of her 4 clawed feet one after another.
I know I said goodbye, and I flew away, but then I heard that absolutely everybody was coming to stand with you, and I thought I should come too. I might be little again, but I can still help you. I'll support you as much as I can. And don't worry about the demons hurting me. Hala, what's-his-scales will keep an eye on me.
Good, I'm not the only one who can't pronounce his name.
He doesn't know about that yet, but I know he'll agree.
Ivu triumphantly sticks her nose in the air. A tall, pale man with dark hair covered in numerous tattoos and bedecked with earrings and piercing gives you an insinuating smile. My, what a momentous day. What an incredible company of guests. And don't even get me started on the host of our little party. I wouldn't have missed this for anything. I am Sokobanoff, Demon Lord. No doubt the first Demon Lord you've ever met who's worth paying any attention to. And I am itching to deal a delicious blow to the egos of Daskari Baphomet and my beloved Lady in Shadow by helping you. Shamira, the art... Wait, Shamira? What the hell are you doing here? Shamira's vivid, fiery red mane seems especially bright today. The demoness looks truly regal with her glowing eyes and proud posture. And I have come to flex my muscles a little and to have some fun. Although Shamira's intrigues can get tedious after a while, the ardent dream wishes to shine once more. You've all decided to help me? The existence of the Whirlwind and the growing influence of the Demon Lords run counter to the interests of Hell. They always have. But I could not openly aid you, Commander, since your power was affiliated with certain entities and stemmed from an unreliable source. I mean, that's putting it mildly. Now it is a completely different story. I am not prohibited from aiding simple mortal.
You saved me. What more reason do you need? But I will say this. By rejecting the gift of the cursed Aurelia, you have shifted the balance of power in this war. You do not belong to either side, to any other plane save your own. You can choose your own path. And this means that the various powers can send you aid without destabilizing the balance of the outer spheres. If Hell comes to help you, then Heaven must do the same, if not more. That is why I am here. I hope that one day I shall have amassed enough courage to eliminate Arilu's gift myself. The angel spreads her demonic wing. I am not as brave as you, but I shall stand by your side, shoulder to shoulder against the abyss. By rejecting the power, you have undermined Nocticula's authority. Shamira sighs with feigned sadness. Creatures from every plane witnessed her argument with Iomade. Virtually anyone who could watch it did. The Lady in Shadow is not accustomed to being rejected, especially publicly. The thought of how upset and hurt she is fills me with genuine sorrow. For that feeling alone, I'm going to help you. Oh, music to my ears, Sokobanoff murmurs softly. Shamira, my dear, we should meet like this more often, informally in the world of mortals. As for me, I need no specific reason for coming here. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want. But I must admit, the way you showed up my sister Nocticula greatly influenced my decision to be here. The Demon Lord gives you a breezy smile, wetting his lips with the tip of a black tongue. A great battle is upon you, child, and I shall not stand to one side to merely observe, especially not now that you have rejected your power and demonstrated unimaginable strength of will. All right, and how? We have brought reinforcements. Moreover, we are planning to join your march upon Threshold when you are ready. Mephistopheles says, answering on behalf of everyone there, we will assume the functions of your guard and rear guard to ensure that no other powerful beings suddenly decide to join the game. Well then,
On behalf of the forces of Galarian, welcome to the crusade. Perfect. We shall accept your hospitality and stay here in the city. We will wait here until you muster enough forces for your final march. The devil is proving more competent than the queen. Yes, this is a sad, sad fucking day. I mean, it is Mephistopheles. He's basically Asmodeus' number 2, so I'd certainly hope he'd be better than Galfrey, but as we have seen, that bar is particularly low. Oh look, someone useless. Lady Konomi does not look nearly as confident or as bold as before. Commander, what a blessing to have you back. Is it? Mendev is in need of your aid. There's been a revolt in Neurosian. The disgruntled nobles are completely out of control. They proclaimed the Royal Council dissolved and arrested several of its members. Many politicians were accused of collaborating with the demons. Some were executed, others torn apart by the crowd. The first treasure has fled. There's fighting in the streets between mercenaries hired by the aristocrats and the guard who is loyal to the Royal Council. Dresden has received letters from the insurgents, as well as from the loyal servants of the crown, requesting your support. Both the Royal Council and I have faith that you will elect to defend the legitimate authority. This faith is not misplaced, is it? Lady Konomi regards you with a devotion you've never seen in her before. If the powerful have gone mad and are spilling blood in the streets, there is only one voice that can stop it. Send for the church. Appeal to the clerics of the lawful deities to intervene in this conflict. Their voices will be heard. Why bother saving the council? So we can keep pushing us around, I propose we publicly support the nobles. If a few esteemed elders were to depart from the council, it wouldn't be a terrible loss for the nation. Look, I know a thiefling in the capital. Zarsi, she's from the River Kingdoms. She was saying something about a young state over in the Stolen Lands that managed to cobble together a proper cohesive nation from a bunch of riffraff. Pretty slick considering how tricky it was to make them not hate each other's guts. You want to invite them in? I can invite in my Kingmaker Pro tag to settle this disagreement because I'm pretty sure I know what my character's response would be from Kingmaker. You're all idiots. Either come to an agreement or I'm melting you all with acid. You remember the game I told you about, Underrail? Yes, I have Underrail, and I believe you mentioned something about it getting another expansion or a sequel in the near future. Neurosian's first demand, but now it's asking. The situation in the capital must be grim. You are correct, Commander. The Royal Council has not shown you the proper respect and amicability. I myself brought this to their attention on numerous occasions. Lady Konomi's posture is full of repentance. Trust me when I say that none of them wished you ill. They shared the unshakable belief that you were the savior of our nation. I just don't believe it. Why is there rioting? Without Her Majesty's steady hand, the capital has fallen into decay. Some are settling old scores, others have discovered new opportunities. Call bullshit on that, I totally, yeah. Mendev is accustomed to following a highly respected leader. The only one who could protect the throne from greedy hands is you, Commander. Lady Konomi gives you a deep bow, exuding both remorse and obedience. And what is the situation in the capital? The Royal Council, her most trusted civil servants and public officials, have been in conflict with many powerful Mendevian aristocrats. The former has connections and influence. The latter has their family names, riches, and their personal armies comprised of mercenaries, sworn knights, and commoners. If your main knight commander gets a level at Arcane Trickster, then a certain Lady O from the River Kingdom sends you a gift package. Oh, really? Interesting. For many years, their strife was latent and civilized. Coercion, bribery, intrigue of court. The nobility spotted an opportune moment. They have decided to overthrow the clique of dignitaries that has usurped royal power. That is what they call the Council. A series of arrests ensued, but the Royal Council found its own supporters and retaliated. Currently, numerous aristocrats are assembling their forces in the capital. The Supreme Court... You have a Supreme Court in a feudal monarchy? Okay, sure, whatever. Building now serves as the base of operations for the new Royal Council formed from the leaders of the nobility. The old Royal Council is holding Her Majesty's castle, the treasury, and the guard headquarters. Every so often, skirmishes are breaking out in the streets. The civil servants have left their workplaces, and the townspeople are fleeing the city. The capital is paralyzed. Let me hear my counsel. Of course, but I implore you, do not delay. Lady Konomi, lay it out for me clearly and succinctly. Neither they nor I were ever your enemies. We are doing our duty, though we may have been unwise and presumptuous. I assure you the mistakes have been addressed. By being generous, you will only demonstrate how wrong the capital was about you. That will teach them. How many do you think actually served the demons? At least a handful. But well, here's the thing, Tenwin. At least a handful on both sides. That's the thing. I'm fully convinced there were demon supporters on both the Royal Council and among the nobility. Wow, that's some small-time thief chatting up the judge stuff. Your Honor, I've seen the error of my ways. I was wrong and I've learned my lesson. Please be generous. Cut the crap, lady. We've all been around the block. We know what those promises are worth. I also told you at least get the Expedition DLC. I'm pretty sure I have that. Underrail 2 has a Steam page, no announced release date. It is a game I want to get to because it has a very interesting world that I want to explore. I've played like the basic tutorial, and I really want to give it a shot at some point. The thing is, though, is that if I remember from what Seth talked about it, that game is dialogue and text heavy in a way that even most CRPGs aren't. We're talking novels worth of text. Novels of novels worth of text. Woljif, what was that you said about the River Kingdoms?
Look, Zarsi, a friend of mine, telling me about this kingdom in the Stolen Lands named Chikaria, how it was made. For centuries, all kind of rabble and outcasts were gathered there. Then this new leader appeared and the whole mishmash became a solid nation. So it got me thinking, if they're so damn good at making different sorts see eye to eye, let's put them to use. Maybe they'll be able to butter up the right folks and give them a scare, but whatever. It'll chill the hotheads, won't it?
It's fun text, fascinating text. Oh, again, like everything I've heard about it says that much, comrade. It's definitely on the list. I just don't know when I'll get to it.
Anyone who calls on foreigners to solve their country's problems is just asking for an intervention. We have no right to show Mendev's weakness to other nations.
Your capital is under siege by its own nobility. You've done that yourself. Social, what was that you said about the church?
Become a living wall between the sides. Call for mercy if necessary. Warn them of heaven's wrath. People forget their conscience, and that's what the clerics are for. In the end, they will remind the people we're in the middle of a holy war. And who do you think called the shots in the Royal Council before, my good Sir Cleric? Its leaders, the Paladins and the Inquisition. In other words, the pious people, the ones who want to ask for help.
Darren, why do you think we should support nobility?
They will form a new Royal Council. True, it's certainly possible they'll end up being exactly the same hypocrites, bores, and schemers. But it'll be a new, refreshing set of hypocrites, bores, and schemers. And secondly, they'll remember who it was that helped them rise to power and won't demand at every turn that we kiss their banner. You are mistaken if you think the nobles will be better. They at least knew the boundaries that had been set by the Queen. A band of new nobles who have seized power will believe they are entitled to anything.
She's not wrong. So what have we got here? Social provides Holy Relic. The Robe of Angelic Prudence. +4 enhancement to Wisdom and Charisma. Allows the wearer to cast Angelic Aspect Greater at will as a 20th level cleric. Not bad. Support the nobles. Gain a family heirloom. The wearer of this Cloak of Resistance +5 lends a killing blow. All enemies in a 15-foot radius must pass a will saving throw of 32 or be blinded for 4 rounds. That does sound nice, but it's not as good as my cloak. We'll just send letters to the River Kingdoms. Mendev needs their aid. The Elixir of Inconceivable Transmutate. Oh. Oh, but it's an inherent bonus, so that means it's not going to stack with my... Ooh, it doesn't, but it will... Ooh, but it's more permanent bonuses. Oh. Oh, that's good, though. Oh. We will support the Royal Council. Goggles of Quick Grasp. +15 competency bonus on persuasion skill checks, as well as all lore and knowledge skill checks. Yeah. Neurosian's concerns are no longer mine. Get out of my fortress. Declare independence. This decree can only be issued once. Fuck it, let's ball. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. Lady Konomi, Neurosian's concerns are no longer mine. Get out. Lady Konomi's tone becomes obsequious. Commander, without your aid, Mendev will be consumed. Blood will be spilled. You will be cut off from any support from the capital. In the midst of an insurgency, organized deliveries will become impossible. All you can hope to receive in such circumstances is the help of the servants of the crown who are sympathetic to your cause. And those numbers grow smaller by the day. Lady Konomi, as far as I'm concerned, you can all get eaten by demons. Or at least, I would say that, if I wasn't going to win this war with or without you. Now get out! So be it, Commander. Despite your decision, I wish you good luck. And I hope that the foreign powers will be able to supply you with the troops and resources you need. I will leave immediately for Neurosian. The capital will need every experienced negotiator that is worth their weight in gold. Commander, it is good to see you back at the head of the military council. A decision is required more urgently than ever. We're going to get stuck in these conversations. While if this is going to happen again? Are we seriously going to have this happen again? Here's the situation. We don't have an army in the strictest sense. The enemy is putting up much more of a fight than previously. Judging by the reports, the demons are relying less and less on their armies and more servants and power of simple blades and more on magic and dark sorceries. We must present a kind by bolstering our forces with expert spellcaster, prepared to send my order Canobras at once. Requesting the necessary reinforcements, I propose we support our army with bardic magic, bards learn all kinds of spells in the travels, yada yada yada. The demons know their vile magics, power of the god. We're just gonna have to run through this. Need some war priests in our army that spells chase away the darkness. We could do well to invite monks into our army. They have been hardened by a lifetime of training, and even demonic corruption cannot harm them. You're in need of mages. You should contact the Daggermark Poisoners. Their alchemists are second to none. Poisons don't work on demons, Greyboard, you know that.
Magic is a devious thing. If you want to fight a mage, you need the help of old and experienced witches. Their sorceries can make any magic wilt. Call them.
And sorcery's a foul business. Let the Oglins cast their evil spells. There's no reason for us to welcome sorcerers with open arms. We call upon the druids. They know how to fight against fae, illusions, Oglin magic, and all other vile things.
We've been able to manage with what magic we've had so far. The enemy never stands still. I'm just going to have to speed run this. The more substantial forces they throw out, gone are the days when the abyss would passionately send hosts. Yep. We must respond with magic of our own or we will lose. Is Canobras even going to send us troops? Without a doubt, Canobras is much safer than we are at the moment. Convinced the Warden can provide what force they have. All Mendiv knows that. Dresden is the dam holding back the river of the demonic corruption. The kingdom is in the process of mobilization, and Queen Galfrey's march on ice has encouraged many who previously served military service to join our ranks. Why didn't you leave with Galfrey? He grows pale, but his voice sounds cold and steady. I did put in a request for transfer. Unfortunately, it was refused. Command determined that due to the psychological trauma I suffered after my use in service of the border, I'm no longer fit for battle command. Oh, big shocker. No wonder they gave you to me. That's not blaming Captain O'Don, by the way. That's blaming Galfrey. The assassins can teleport, so they're kind of like a ranged attacker. Interesting. Much as it seems to admit, they may be right. I won't fail the soldiers are depending on me. I'm staying where I am. All right, I want to hear everybody's opinion. Captain O'Don. Accompanied by the songs of the daring bards, their ballads will inspire our soldiers. Bards, their tongues are too long. Okay, Gregel. Monks, then. Paragons of restraint and iron discipline, comparable to the Hell Knights in that regard, among others. Wow, he compared them to Hell Knights. That's about the biggest compliment Regil can give. They bring the value of order. Let the soldiers see how demonic imaginations and temptations break upon their will, when they themselves will become more calm and resolute. Back in the day, Lon would never shut up about the monk ravings about inner balance and peace of mind. It's all hogwash. Strength comes from years of hunting, bloodshed, and dark rituals, not through some kind of balance. Why I feel our soldiers had this nonsense. Why do you think the witches will help? Don't talk about witches so casually. Their words are full of dark, grim wisdom that calms the heart and fills it with cruel malice. And the blights with which they infect their foes cannot be cured. Even the demons will learn to fear our witches. I've been ordered to kill witches a few times. Those are not pleasant contracts. Frankly, if I were your soldier, I would consider deserting at the very sight of those allies. All right, what about the Poisoners Guild then, Greybore? Wrath the Righteous and Underrail have the same levels of tech. The difference is the Underrail is nothing voiced. Yes, which, to be fair, I've gone through Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, which have basically nothing voiced as well, comrade. So I'm no stranger to that kind of having to read. They're a creepy bunch. Imagine, if you will, an alchemist and an accomplished scientist who could take your breakfast and make a bomb or a poison that would kill a basilisk out of it. Now imagine that the same alchemist doesn't mind personally shoving his poison into the basilisk's mouth. That's a pretty good depiction of your average member of the Poisoners Guild. Their blades are coated with magical poison, not as dramatic as calling down lightning, but they're just as effective and far less conspicuous. You underestimate the power of dark magic. A poison dagger can't send every scoundrel of this world to Pharasma. Are the war priests ready? Back last minute, what happened? I'm trying to speed run this because I'm pretty sure we have one more meeting after this and I'm running out of time. Plenty of brave. Also, we're declaring independence from Neurosian. I chose that and I told Lady Kenomi to go fuck herself. Serving the gods of light. They study the military craft, blessing and healing. Yep. I hate the idea of risking the lives of God's servants. If they perish, the celestial petitions may resent and turn their backs on us. Most of the good gods are gods of battle. If their followers die in combat, I'm pretty sure they'll be more pissed at the demons, O'Don. I think you're a little off on your theology here. Albrig, what about the druids? I already told you about the Verduran Forest. It's a brutal little spot. The folk there yep. The druids there really know their stuff when it comes to fighting otherworldly magic. I'm sorry, but experience fighting Fae isn't going to be much to do with the demons. I mean, actually, in terms of combat capability, Fae aren't that different from demons. Constantly teleporting, draw you into ambushes, use your own morality against you. Evil Fae in general are a lot closer to demons than you'd think, Sela. They just have a slightly different reason for why they do things. All right, let me see the options. So we get War Priests. All Church Guards become War Priests. War Priests have Dispel, Cure Moderate Wounds, and Aura of Courage. Gain a +4 bonus to saving throws against fear for 1 round at the start of each round. Monks will handle the demonic magic. That gives us Monks. They can form Shield Wall. Immunity to poison and disease, which is nice. They actually have decent combat stats, and they have a shit ton of hit points. Call upon the Daggermark's Courtiser. We get Assassins. They get Sneak Move. Teleport to any unoccupied square instead of moving. Wow. Poison Strike applies a -2 penalty to strength, and they do high damage, but their HP is way less. Invite the Witches. Agony. Nauseated for 3 rounds. That's actually good. Infected Wounds. Disease that applies a -4 penalty to Constitution. Misfortune. -3 penalty to attack. Okay, so these guys are super, super squishy. Don't do much damage, but they have the widest range of spellcasting abilities. And then we have Druids, Cure Moderate Wounds, Bark Skin, solid hit points, but that's about it. I was kind of hoping the Druids would be the opposite of the Witches, but they're really not that much. Bards have Aura of Superiority to gain a +2 to ability scores, Aura of Onslaught for a +3 bonus to attack, Aura of Protection for a +3 bonus to AC, and Aura of Caution for a +4 bonus to saving throws. That's actually a really good, like, combo. So I think it's between the Witches and the Bards. And maybe it's just my, my bias towards Wenduog, but I'm leaning towards the Witches. I'm a fan of the Bards myself. I think the Witches have good debuffs too. The Infected Wound is good just to drop the enemy's health before you attack them. Does this have a range? Oh, within touch, right? That's the problem. So at long range, the only thing they can do is nauseated, but that's still not bad. That's not the worst. In fact, that can actually shut down quite a lot of stuff. Nauseated has been a problem for us in the past. Unit cannot act, only move. It's kind of weird the Druids only have Cure Moderate Wounds and Bark Skin. That's really not that much. The Monks are also just the best straightforward combat support units because they can form Shield Wall to assist on the front lines, and they still have decent damage and hit points. But they don't actually do any dispelling. The Bards do make a lot of sense, though. The Bards do make a lot of sense. Ability scores, Onslaught gives a +3 bonus to attack, Protection protects, Aura of Caution gives bonus. Yeah, it's just, they're all round better. They're all round better. I'm actually, yeah. Captain O'Don, I'll give you points for this. That actually makes a lot of sense, and we are already over time, so we gotta move this. Yep, I'll personally select the most courageous. Yep, I'll send a letter to Canabras. Thank you. We have one more mission. Oh, no, we don't. Good, perfect. Gotta get going. We're going to be spending the beginning of next session just getting our army ready because we have to punch through to get to those other locations so that I can do Wenduog's quest. But thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. Let's go find someone to raid real fast and I will let you guys go. The latest adventure path by Paizo, War of Immortals, Gorm died to Akchiachek, the god of assassins. Ah, go for all out offense. 90% of your damage comes from the... Well, they do still have offensive ones as well. It's mainly the one that gives the bonus to saves and the one that gives the bonus to attack that I like. Now, who's on right now? Who's on right now? Doop, doop, doo, doop, 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 doo. Who is on right now? Oh, Neuro's back, but we're not raiding into somebody who's got 12,000 viewers right now. That sounds like, oh, Kinky's on. There we go. Lily Goth, Kinky Mation. She is doing High Guard character reviews. Oh, that's that shooter game that got attention at the Video Game Awards and then proceeded to flop the second it came out. This ought to be good. But thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. I will see you all tomorrow for Wednesday's stream, where hopefully we will get some more actual progress done in Act 5 and we're not just sitting around trying desperately to get the crusade back up and running. Anything else? No? So yeah, Wrath of the Righteous on Wednesday, and as usual, The Surge on Friday. I'll see you guys then. Have a good one, guys. Bye-bye.